Hey everybody, we are doing lymphatic 9. I can't believe there's 9 of them, right? But we are doing skin. And skin, other than like, oh, I got a little eczema or got a rash or my skin itches or, we really don't think about the skin a lot. But it is it's a line of protection for our immunity. There's lymphatic function, which is also tied to detoxification of the organs of blood purification. So like liver, gallbladder, kidneys, spleen, and the lungs. Even in Chinese medicine, the skin is considered like where the lungs get rid of some of its toxic materials. Um, it has hormonal influences. Like I said, influence on the immune system, has influences on connective tissue and fascia. And so even over areas where we have a compromised area, a bad back, arthritic knee, whatever it might be, we think of, oh, it hurts in the joint, but if you look, part of the issue is also the skin. And uh, vitamin D absorption or synthesis, you can kind of see there's lymphatic drainage, defense against infection. I put in just for your reading, the structure, like it has like the 3 different layers of the skin. And then I also put in an aspect that is associated with one of the things that we don't think about, but skin directly impacts our mood, right? Like, if we just like, oh, just not feeling good, or always just feel like a little blah, like some of that actually could be your skin. And so, I put in some little things there. There's not a lot of information there, but it's enough to kind of stimulate your thought processes. But what we're going to be doing today is just doing some regimens to like basically rehab the skin. So if there's an area where your body is compromised, for example, like say you have a bad knee or a bad back, the skin over that area is compromised. Um, the area in your body where your skin is the most compromised is your feet. And usually the feet of the skin, even if the skin of the feet, the skin of the feet um, is treated, like your feet will feel better, but it will make actually even the rest of the skin start to function better. And it will stimulate lymphatic movement. And improve immunity. I think we talked about like way at the beginning of COVID about the regulation of temperature with the feet. If the feet get too cold or get too sweaty, it affects neurotransmitters in the body and it makes it potentially easier for you to get sick. Right? It like turns on things with the mucous membranes to try to protect the body. And so that is one of the precursors to getting sick. If the mucous membranes are producing an excessive amount of mucus, it becomes easier for bacteria to grow, viruses to grow, and so on. Right. So we're at the top of page 6, where we're going to jump right into the regiment. And so with that, I think we put in the lines of stuff like some form of like alcohol, like to make like a liniment or body tonic, and then like a lotion or massage oil would be very helpful here. If you don't have that, we'll try to get by the best that we can. Right? So with that, pull out the alcohol and either some form of chamomile, helichrysum, yarrow, or milfoil.
And for the people who got the kit, grab their body tonic.
Yeah, like there's an unscented body tonic, right? And then helichrysum was the one that was in your kit, I believe. And so this is what I'd like us to do. Like, we're going to treat areas where you get to be the judge. But if you have an area where a bad shoulder, a bad hip, a bad knee, a bad back, even digestive issues, you'll put it over the abdomen. Wherever there's an area where something's compromised, we're going to treat that area, but we're also going to treat the feet, right? So notice how your feet feel, how good, bad, achy, sore, tender, whatever it is. Okay. So this is what you're going to do. You're going to take your hand like so, and then you're going to take your oil on, and you're going to put 6 drops, approximately 4 to 6 drops in your hand. That's the very first thing, right? The very first thing. So you got 6 drops of essential oils. Okay, so once you do that, you're going to take your alcohol, whatever it is, and you're just going to put a little bit in your hand like so, like just enough to feel that cupped part. And then you're going to rub it together and then apply it to the area that's compromised. Shoulder, back, knee. Now, when you use it all up, you're going to repeat the process, but like do your feet. At some point, do your feet. Okay, take another minute or so.
Yes, witch hazel,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah,
That's the body tonic has the witch hazel.
witch hazel will totally work. Yeah. Okay, and then once you're done, just notice how these areas feel. And now you're going to use that same oil, whatever you're using, and we're going to visit affected areas, like the areas that you applied the oil to. Now, if you're doing this and you do the whole body, you would go through and do this through the whole body. But let's start with the first affected area, whatever your primary affected area is, right? So your awareness is on the spot. And start taking long, slow, deep breaths with the oil that you used. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, inhaling on that first affected area. Okay. And then be still for a moment. Just be still. That same spot, that same area. Again, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then again, pause and be still. Now let's move to the second compromise spot. If you don't have a second compromise spot, you can continue to do the first area, but like say if it's your knee, do the other knee. If it's your shoulder, do the other shoulder. If it's your back, do a higher part or a lower part of your back. Okay, and again, begin inhaling. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths on that second area. And then just be still. And then again, inhaling on that second compromised area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. What do you notice? Like, how's your body feeling? And even this is like a weird place to be saying this, but how do you feel emotionally and mentally? Like, you go through and you treat the skin and you think of it just being the skin, but everything's very connected. The skin will impact mood, which means it's impacting your brain. So now let's go to the feet. We rubbed it all over our feet. So let's do the feet. So you're doing the tops of your feet. You're doing the bottoms of your feet. You're doing the heel. You're doing the toes. You're doing the whole foot. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the feet. And then just pause and be still. What is this making? Hmm? Mm-hmm. Centering. Yeah. And then again, inhalation, your awareness on the feet. you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Now, one of the areas in your feet where the skin gets hit the hardest is on the heel, like the bottom of the heel. So let's do the bottom of the heel and even a little bit of the sides of the heel. So just do that whole heel area, not the foot, just the heel. Focus on the heel. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. We're going to do that one more time. So just be still for a moment. And then do the heel again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the heel. And then just be still for a moment. And just notice how you feel. Physically, emotionally, mentally, just notice how you feel. Now, we're going to repeat this process, and you might have some new areas that popped up. Like, your compromised area might be a bad knee or a sore back or a sore shoulder. Arthritis in a particular area, could be a digestive complaint in the abdomen. Whatever your compromised area is, right? You're going to put about 4 to 6 drops in your hand and then a little bit of alcohol, rub it together, and then apply, and then just keep redoing it till you hit all your spots. So for me, Like the first time I'll go, ah, bad shoulder, bad back, got a couple bad knees. And then afterwards I was like, I don't know, like ugh. Other things start popping up because when you make something start feeling good, all of a sudden other things start going, excuse me. So hit your spots. And then at some point also hit your feet. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was smart. By using Yarrow. Really work the heel too on the feet. Yeah. Man, the heel feels so good.
Area.
No, you can hit all the areas. So if you have more than one compromised area, you know, I have a list. So I just start with the list. Usually the second time around you have more spots. You're like, this spot could use a little something, this spot could use a little something, you know. I remember the very first time I got the coffee CO2. Like, I had ordered it and it was actually quite hard to find. And so I was like, oh, this would be amazing on my feet. And I put some on my feet and I was like, now my legs hurt. And then I put some on, I just covered my legs and I was like, now my low back, it was just like because an area felt better, like I could tell how bad different areas felt. And pretty soon I was like head to toe, just covered in coffee. And I was like, yeah, I just should have started off that way. Hmm. Yeah. And notice, like Samantha said, like it feels very centering, but it takes a weird tension out of your body. Like I don't know, maybe not for you, but for me, like whenever I do some skin work, even if it's just on the feet, there's just like this tension that leaves. And I always feel like I'm in a little bit of a better mood. Didn't feel like I was in a bad mood, but I just feel a little bit more like upbeat or something. Samantha's using Yarrow. It's very comical because it's just blue splotches all over, blue hands, and she's got on her cheeks and neck. So now you could do this on the face. I would just do like maybe you probably could get away with the same amount of drops, but I would probably use less just because the skin can be more sensitive. So um, anyway, so I think we've covered all our spots. So your first compromised area, we're going to do a little bit of the more of the compromise thing because you probably had more spots. So go to your primary spot and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the compromised spot. And then just pause. And then again, that same spot. And then pause. Just pause and be still for a moment. So now let's go to your next compromised area. You know, that bad back, that bad hip, sore shoulder. If you have abdominal issues, wherever you applied it, hit the second spot. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just be still. Let's throw in one more compromised area. So whatever area, if it's your shoulders or your back, your abdomen, wherever you have like arthritis, wherever you applied the oil, awareness is on a third spot. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. And then again, that same compromised area that you just did, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that spot. And just pause. Now let's go to your feet. You're paying attention to the whole foot, the top, the sides, the bottom, the heel, the toes. Pay attention to your whole foot, each of your feet. And then pause. And then your feet again. Your awareness is on your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. And then just pause. Let's do the heels, just the heels. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause. And then one more time on the heel. Like you're paying attention to the heel of your foot. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause. Notice how you feel. Part of what you're doing here in this particular segment is regenerating the skin. You're reducing inflammation and inflammatory material in the skin, and you're stimulating lymphatic movement, right? So, with all of that in the body, one of the areas that's usually the most compromised is the digestive tract. And so the skin and digestion kind of go hand in hand. We're going to be doing a process here in just a second on the digestive tract, but I just want to go back through and reiterate something. So many, many years ago, like I ran a study on allergies, right? And we took on all kinds of allergies, food allergies, uh, allergies that impact the respiratory tract. There was a few people that had skin allergies. Most of it was digestive and respiratory. Right? And what we did is we took a series of protocols and we just started applying different ones just to see. I think we had 20 or 21 different protocols that we did on everybody. And then over a period of time, we refined down what was working, what was not working. And we were just really stepping out of the box. We weren't just doing like normal treatments, but something a little different. We just threw everything out the window and said that if we started from scratch and went and started treating allergies, let's just start treating other things and see what impacts um, different kinds of allergies. And with the digestive tract, there was issues with the diaphragm. There was poor nerve innervation that, it's how we talk about the ANS support and using things like tarragon and rosemary and anise internally to help jumpstart the nervous system and how the nerves innervate or uh, make the digestive muscles like function, right? And one of the biggest things on allergies that were associated with the digestive tract, one of the top ones was the skin. Like the skin seemed to reduce the food allergies much more substantially than going after the food allergies directly themselves. Um, it was the skin, it was the diaphragm, and it was the ANS support or the jump starting the nerves of the gut. And if we hit one of those three, usually digestion would improve, but if we worked all three, it would vastly improve, right? And so if you look at the lymph in the body, usually in the arms and legs, it's moving better because the arms and legs can move, and it's moving because of muscle contraction. But in the gut, you don't quite have that. You don't have the muscle contraction that you do in other parts of the body. So the tendency is for lymph to be a bit more stagnant in the gut. And then you take the diaphragm being an issue, you take just different things being an issue, and then before you know it, you got food sensitivities or food allergies, right? So we're going through and we're cleaning up some of our areas that would contribute to these compromised areas, to our body not feeling good, poor lymphatic movement, brain chemistry, all these kinds of things. But we're also trying to make the skin as healthy as possible. And in doing so, like I kind of flip this, and we still want to move things in the gut. So you can do one of a couple things. You can just do this protocol that we're about to do, or you can take, again, 4, 5, 6 drops, put a little alcohol in it, and rub it all over your abdomen before we do this. So you go ahead and choose. But
Same oil?
yeah, just use the same oil. Yeah. You might as well do it. Like it feels pretty good. Okay. And then when you're ready, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And so in the your awareness is still on your front solar plexus. Now you're moving it to your back solar plexus, your mid back area. Now your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. And then the bottom of your tailbone. Mhm. Yeah, feels really good. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then just pause for a moment. Just let it go for a moment. Now, your awareness is on the abdominal area. So you're just your whole abdominal cavity, all your internal organs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. Just even more weight. Mm. And then just pause. Mm. This last part's very soothing, yeah? Somebody texted in that they started the day off with a little bit of a headache. And when we started doing this digestive part, their headache went away. Okay, so we're going to do that again. Front solar plexus, area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front solar. The back solar. Your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. Just give yourself a break. Just let it pause for a moment. And then the abdominal area, the whole abdominal cavity. So your internal organs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the abdomen. And then just pause. And let's do that abdominal area again. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the whole abdominal area. And then just be still. Just be still for a moment, let it incubate. Just be still. So before we break, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. Remember, this first segment is about regeneration, reducing inflammation in the skin. But you're regenerating the skin. So sometimes just like any parts of the body, when an area gets compromised or the skin gets compromised, it just doesn't quite function like it should. So we go through and regenerate with, like, it's re-education, it's reducing the inflammation, stimulating lymphatic movement. Later at the end of the day, we're going to do something to like stimulate the skin, like jumpstart the skin. But this is helping to restore proper function to the skin. And so we're going through the layers of the skin and the different like the 3 layers of the skin, and then right into that is starting to be connective tissue. So putting this over areas that are compromised a lot of times makes, like, say you have arthritis in a knee, it makes the knee feel better because the skin is detoxifying that area better. Like, it's reducing inflammation more, it's moving lymph, it's releasing some of the connective tissue that attaches to that bottom layer of the skin. So you can find this to be very, very soothing, not just to the skin itself, but to compromised areas. So, and keep in mind, this is about lymphatic movement of the skin. This isn't about just skin care. This is about lymphatic movement for the skin, like this day to day. So, there is a little bit of a differentiation. Skin care is skin care, but here we're trying to stimulate healing processes of the body associated with lymphatic movement. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you guys can unmute yourself. You can type into the chat. We had someone share, my skin isn't tight normally. This made it less tension, have less tension.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah.
And go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, this is actually energetically, it feels cleaner and lighter.
Yeah. It's,
Very much.
because anytime you're regenerating the skin, like, you're opening up the health rays, like your ability to absorb energy into the area and expel dirty energy off. So it does have like a cleansing effect. And so, it just allows that area to keep absorbing good, healthy energy to revitalize or regenerate itself.
Yeah, it feels like I lost weight a little bit. One more thing too, for the like a helichrysum body tonic versus a camphor body tonic. How would that, I mean,
Camphor would stimulate the circulation, not necessarily too much lymphatic movement. The helichrysum will stimulate more lymphatic movement, but not necessarily like just your basic. mean, it has an impact on circulation, but not quite like how camphor does. I mean, camphor is a very good circulatory, like tonic slash stimulant. Like it makes the circulation work better.
Okay.
And so like even in treating really substantial heart conditions, there's a special kind of rosemary that I don't even know that we have it on the site, but it's rosemary camphor. And it's not camphor added to it. It's a type of rosemary that has like the same kind of chemicals that are in the chemical makeup of camphor. It's very present in this rosemary camphor. And so we use it in a couple of different things. I use it in blends. I use it for the digestive lymph blend. You
Okay.
know, it's mixed with carrot seed there and then applied topically. And but internally you would use it. And the reason that like I don't talk about it very much is like I always like to kind of, if I'm giving it to somebody, I like to give them instructions and make sure that they're using it appropriately, because that's one that you could like overdo it with. And so just because of the camphor, the camphor component, I should say. And so helichrysum has a lot more anti-inflammatory lymphatic movement. It makes the blood and the lymph more fluid, so it makes it easier to move and to penetrate. And yeah, plus it opens up the health race. Like all of these kind of open up the health race.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So with the I've got like the lymphatic body tonic, so that would
Sure.
be good too as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like here we're going very specifically after regenerating the skin, and the lymphatic blend doesn't quite regenerate the skin. It would still stimulate lymphatic movement,
Okay.
but
Okay.
here we're going lymphatic movement very specific to the skin.
Specific to the skin.
Yeah, very, very
Okay.
specific to the skin. Yeah.
Okay. And just one more question I had too.
Mhm.
So I actually, on the back of my calf, I noticed about a month ago or so, there's kind of like a bit of like sebaceous cysts that I'm feeling kind of
Okay.
there. Is this going to touch that?
It
Or
might.
since
Yeah, it
because it's
might.
really below the skin, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, like helichrysum is a good place to start with that.
Okay. Yeah, because they're still soft. They're still pretty soft.
Yeah.
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 So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I find also that, areas where maybe I'm prone to like, I get cramps there from time to time, or, that area gets tight really fast. If I treat the skin, I notice that I don't cramp as much and I don't feel the tension in the underlying tissue quite as much.
Okay. Cool. Well, great. Thanks again.
You're so welcome.
Take care.
And then go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Okay. I was looking at these oils and going, I've used in segment 2, I've used some of those things for a lymph before. And so what's the difference in the oils between segment 1 and segment 2, first off? So in
Wait,
segment
so
2,
what are
we
you
have
doing?
coffee.
You've jumped to segment 2.
Right. I was looking at
Right, I
segment 2
see.
and I happen
Yeah.
to like coffee, so I pulled it out. So
Yeah. So segment 2 is about detoxification. And if you think about like what I was saying about the allergy study, the
Mhm.
research project,
yeah.
is that the skin directly impacted digestion, but it also impacts like anytime you stimulate the the skin, especially the detoxification component of the skin, it stimulates detoxification in the lungs, the liver, the gallbladder, the kidneys, and the spleen. And so
Mhm.
here we're kind of doing a little bit of a reverse where we're going to work those organs, the organs of blood purification, but we're going to use the oils that are specific for detoxifying the skin. So we kind of did like a little bit of a flip. Like instead of
Mhm.
going directly to the skin to impact the organs, we're
Right.
doing the organs to do the skin. So the things with the skin and the organs, and when I say organs of blood purification, I should be more specific. that if you stimulate the skin, the organs of blood purification get stimulated. But if you stimulate the organs of blood purification, it stimulates detoxification in the skin. So it goes like both ways. So
Okay.
most times, like we would apply something topically for it to happen. Here, we're going to do reverse, where we're going to use the same oils that we'd use topically on the skin, but we're going directly to the organs of blood purification to deepen the effect of detoxification in the skin. So the second one is detoxification. The first one is regeneration. Like you're helping the skin to bounce back from, a hard night of drinking or something, like, I don't know, it's a joke. but
I don't know that I've had that problem, but I did grow up over top of a chemical factory, so I have.
that would do it. That would be
Yeah.
a hard night of drinking, but for
Yeah. Yeah.
skin drinking is different than normal drinking. But
Okay.
yeah.
So
Like, and it could be exposure to the sun. It could be, like you said, exposures to chemicals.
mhm.
It could be just age, could be a lot of inflammation in the body, could be arthritic conditions, severe digestive issues, injuries. I'm sure there's more. I'm just blanking right now, but
Mhm.
there's a lot of reasons why the skin needs regeneration, and it's usually not on our radar, right? It's
Yeah.
it's not something that's just there, but you know, uh I have several areas that just because of injuries are quite compromised. And when I do skin work over those areas, like I always think, no, it's fine. It feels fine. And then I'll do it. And I was like, God, I feel so much better,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
because it's stimulating detoxification in those areas too. Like even when you reduce inflammation in the skin, that impact goes deeper and deeper because the skin becomes an active partner in healing an underlying issue, where we don't really think of, like, say you have arthritis in the knee, you don't think, oh, I got to do something for that skin over that knee. But if you look at it energetically, even if you go through and scan it, like you're just scanning the skin, as soon as you get to the compromised area, it's very depleted. And so going back to the idea of strengthening immunity through skin function,
Mhm.
this was actually in some of the allopathic medicine writings back at the turn of the century. Um, so back then, holistic medicine and allopathic medicine were a little bit closer. They hadn't had quite the division that they do now, right? And so one of the things that was written in several old medical books from that time was that when you look at somebody who's being sick and their potential for recovery, so you're looking at the intensity of being sick, like, some people get COVID and have minor symptoms, and some had just full-blown symptoms, right? So one of the potential factors could be the health of the skin, and the issue being that the more the skin is depleted, the tendency would be that the more intense the cold and flu,
Mm.
and the longer it takes to recover from it. So you could actually reduce intensity and length of time simply by strengthening the skin, and the way that they presented it was usually depleted skin equaled higher potential for um, basically being immune compromised,
Mhm.
more easily having colds and flus. And so if you look at even like the kit that we have, the immune kit on the website, I mean, one of the things that we put in there is we put parsley in there because we want to like strengthen the skin so that potentially you are less likely to get sick, and if you get sick, not as intense, and you bounce back faster.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Um, so first off, my request is that you put a little blurb out on parsley on the blog, because I was noticing on the website, there is nothing under parsley, what it impacts.
Hmm, really?
So if you could please put that up, that would be
Sure.
really nice.
Yeah, I know we have it, so it must have not made the transfer for the
Yeah.
websites or something. Yeah, like, so, you know, we transferred websites about a month ago or 3 weeks
Yeah.
or whatever. And it might have been something that just didn't, because I know I've done a big write-up on parsley.
Okay,
That's what
yeah.
you're-
By the way,
Yeah.
I like the design of, my compliments to Robert and Sam on the
Yeah,
design of
they
the new
did good,
website.
huh? Yeah,
They done good for that.
yeah.
Okay, last,
I tried to help, but they said my crayons wouldn't work. So
you're far better at a different part of the operation than
yes,
what they
yes,
are.
yes. I figured.
Okay, last little bit. Talk to me a little bit about circulation versus lymph movement. Because you
So
just said,
circulation is the movement of blood. Lymph
Yeah.
movement is detoxification, but lymph movement is tied to circulation. But what it does is it picks up excess fluid, excess like blood that doesn't make the circulatory loop, right?
Mhm.
And so like sometimes there's just a little bit of fluid left over. So lymph would come in and like pick that up. And so they're kind of tied together, but they also do some independent things. So lymphatic movement is tied more to moving the lymph itself, and there can be a lot of material, you know, because it's detoxifying. So it picks
Mhm.
up basically the garbage of the body and then processes it and releases it. And
Right.
so yeah, increasing blood to an area a lot of times should improve lymph, but a lot of times if the lymph is like the lymph nodes or something are impacted, you have to be very specific with targeting the lymph itself. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So if I wanted to talk about, like, I have a history of skin cancers, okay?
Mhm.
Something that was gifted to me by my Uncle Bob.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
so so if I want to talk specifically about getting lymph in good circulatory order, how would I speak that?
I would do the first segment, like that first segment with the helichrysum and all of that.
Mhm.
Um, uh,
So lymph, so that would be to get good lymph movement where my
and you're
mind wants to
regenerating because like anytime you see the potential for like a cancer or something, one
Yeah.
of the things that you want to target to try to reduce potentials is inflammation. And
Mhm.
this first part is all about reducing inflammation in the skin and then the
Mhm.
underlying tissue there. And so the more that you reduce that inflammation, you know, because inflammation makes the nerves and the surrounding area like chaotic. And
Mhm.
so what will happen is we have that exposure over a period of time. And to a certain extent, it might deplete the skin a little bit, but it also will make the functions of the skin a bit more chaotic, which then like cancer is a chaotic skin growth, you know,
Right.
or chaotic growth, right?
Mhm.
It's not organized, it's very chaotic. And so whenever you see something chaotic in the body, that is always a byproduct of inflammation. And so reducing inflammation in the skin is one of the ways to do prevention for skin cancers and things like that. So that first segment that we did, like
Yeah.
I would just do that. You don't even have to do it daily. But like you maybe 2 or 3 times a week, you know, put
Mhm.
it all over the body, especially areas that you might be more prone to. You know, it's usually like on the head, the face, the nose, you know, but you can get them anywhere, like
Yeah. Yep.
the back, you know, chest, abdomen,
Yep.
and so arms, especially that upper arm.
So
Um,
helichrysum in general would.
Helichrysum would work, any of the chamomills, milfoil, yarrow.
Mhm.
You know, I was thinking as I was looking at this, you know, another one would actually be blue tansy and dark blue tansy. I could have
Mhm.
easily have put those in there too.
Okay,
So any of those.
great. Thank you very
You're
much.
so welcome.
Okay, have a great one.
We're just trying to do a deep dive here on the parsley situation. Might have to be our new daily dose because I'm not finding it anywhere.
Okay, yeah, yeah, Ralph, I think it's something that's slipped by us. We'll get that up.
And then go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Miss Dorothy.
Hi.
Hey, hey.
My love to you.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
As we've been doing this, my body has been doing a lot of shaking. That, you know, how I do that. And my feet, my toes have been cramping, and you mentioned cramping. And
Mhm.
mine do that every once in a while, but it was really doing that a lot in this. And it just now stopped. But
Oh, good.
uh any it- would this have anything to do with the cramping in my toes? Because during the whole thing, I was going through this cramping, all the toes.
I mean, I don't know that it's the full thing, but like any time that you clean up the skin like this with this first segment, it should help that somewhat. And then I would use something like marjoram on that area. You know, sometimes it's tension up in the, even though it's in the toes, it might be up in the higher part of the foot or even in the lower leg. So you might want to treat like along the shin and the calves. Most likely it's the shin, but it could be anywhere, from like that knee down. And because those muscles eventually turn into tendons that attach to the feet and down into the toes and things. And so I would treat the whole thing, but could be mineral deficiencies, could be tension, could be a little bit of muscle imbalance. I mean, we all have that at some point, you know, depending on the shoes that we wore and you know, if you wore heels or didn't wear heels or wore sandals or went barefooted, you know, all those things have you know, little contributing factors to things happening in the feet. But you know, part of the issue is why it feels good on the feet and why we focus on the feet is it's the bottom part of our body. So like that area gets the like the poorest quality blood, and lymph tends to stagnate there. And so that definitely can contribute to the cramping down in the feet and in the toes. And so the more that you kind of stimulate this and clean this up, the better that will feel.
Thank you. And I do understand what you were saying, because I could relate to all of it. I
Oh,
guess.
good.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
you're so welcome.
Just a quick update. I think we found the parsley. It was done as a clinical corner, not as a daily dose.
Oh,
So I'm finding it. We'll get it up on and show you guys. And I might just turn it into a daily dose still, like
yeah,
more
or
specifically.
maybe I
We'll make
need
it a
to,
little different format or something.
maybe I need to pep it up.
Yeah. We did have another share as well. So blissful at the end, I could barely focus and kept dozing off and dropping the oil bottle.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? Like we're treating the skin, and yes, I mean we're using oil, so it's going deeper and everything, but like really targeting the skin, it's way more soothing than you would think. Like it really is quite soothing. Yeah. Soothing and relaxing. Yeah.
Yeah, they say my skin says thank you, thank you, thank you. And just see if I miss. Oh, go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, Miss Sakia.
Guys, is it feasible for you to create a body tonic to make available to us that we can then add the essential oils to, or is it
Yeah,
basically?
That's
no,
what
I
we
could,
did.
yeah, we did that in the little paper kit, but if you want to do the like just like a blank, you know, like a
Right.
unscented, and then you can just add whatever you want,
Right.
or you know, instead of making a big bottle, you can use little bottles. Yeah, because I still add the holy water. I still, you know, a lot of times in body tonics, I'll add like different minerals and stuff, and so in the
Right.
blank, I didn't do that. But if you have a mineral that you want, or you know, one that I like to put in on some of them sometimes is coenzyme Q10, just because it like stimulates like activity and movement and wherever you put it.
Right.
And so, you know, I can make the blank however you want, but, you know, do the alcohol, witch hazel, holy water combo, and then,
Is it already on the site, or maybe you'll just create it?
you know, we haven't put it on the site. We had it in the kit.
We have witch hazel blank on the site though.
Yeah, we do have witch hazel blank, but we'll do a body tonic blank. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
Put that up at break.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And we'll maybe put it in 2 different sizes. We have people wanting 2 ounce and 4 ounce.
Okay. We'll do 2, 4, and 8.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, Laura.
You may have said, I had to get off, so you may have even addressed this. Would using this in a salt bath and just soaking for a long time?
Oh yeah. That could, we hadn't talked about that, but yes, that totally would work. You know,
As in you're
it would
covering
do
a
other
much-
things as well, but it definitely would hit the skin. Like a lot of times salt baths and body tonics are hitting the skin already, but we're trying to get it to do other things. But hitting it with a salt bath like this, yes, it would totally do it. Yeah.
And you just cover a lot more area.
Yeah, you just get to lay down and relax. And then what you can do is, like, as you get out, you can either put a little more body tonic on a particular area, or like getting out of the shower or the bath. It's kind of like a skincare thing, and like green skincare, you know, like holistic skincare, where like when you get out of the bath, you don't dry off, or out of the shower, you don't dry off, but you put a little bit of like sesame oil is one thing that they use a lot, and then you rub it in with the water still on your body, and you create like a kind of a lotion effect, where you kind of trap more of the moisture and drive it into the body, make it linger into the body. So what you can do is take your bath and then get out, and then if you want to do like a little spot treatment on particular areas, then take a little bit of sesame oil, and you can have it already with a little bit of the essential oil, or just the sesame by itself, because sesame by itself will also stimulate lymphatic movement in the skin, and then just rub it on whatever areas you want. Yeah, you totally could do that.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Letty, then Dorothy.
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. How are y'all doing?
Hey, doing
Hey.
good. How about you?
Doing good. Thank you. Greg, so I had a question for a friend. So I'm wondering if this is part of the lymphatic system, but I know part of it also is old age. But when you're sitting down and your muscles like cool down, right? Then you try to get back up again, and you're struggling to like walk.
Yeah, some of that is a lymphatic issue, and some of it is like a muscular issue. Like I would treat it with like antispasmodics on, you know, so things like marjoram, basil, petitgrain, pepper,
Okay.
you know, that could be very helpful. So sometimes in all of that, I like to mix in a little ginger into that scenario, because what can happen is you develop a thing that we've talked about, like trigger points, and the trigger point activity is beyond like a spasm or tightness. It starts to cause neurological dysfunctions, and a lot of times as we get older, we have the tendency to have a greater amount of those, greater amount of an activated trigger point, which it's fatiguing. It causes the brain not to work as quick and fast, so it slows down brain function, and it just makes it harder to get up and do things and everything. And yeah, I mean, I go, like, I use a lot of lymphatic oils, but I go and get like either fascial work or trigger point work done. And when I have the trigger point work done, I move better. Like, I'll jump up. Even Samantha and I were just talking about it last night, where when I have a few sessions, all of a sudden I'm just popping up and bopping around, where before I'm like, gonna need to be a little bit strategic. When I get up, I'm gonna take care of stuff, like I don't just like jump up from
Yeah.
everything. And for me it's the injuries.
Okay.
Like, so what starts to happen is they just keep like tightening up, and because of the tears and everything in the tissue. And so I'll get the therapy done, the trigger point stuff, and I move better. I move easier, more freely, and I get up and down easier.
Okay.
And so as we get older, the tendency is for the muscles to, instead of like being relaxed and then contracted and relaxed, they're just kind of like this all the time. And so then the movement's like this, and that is fatiguing, makes it harder to move. It makes the body real rigid. And so lymphatic movement is definitely tied to trigger point activity. And then again, using antispasmodics can be very, very helpful.
What about also like mugwort on all the joints to get everything flowing as
Yeah,
well?
sure. Anything to get the energy moving. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
A year ago, on March 4th, I broke my left knee,
Mhm.
and it shattered. It didn't break anything inside. It broke the kneecap.
Oh, wow. Uh-huh.
And I have a plate with screws in it. And it still hurts at times.
Mhm.
And it is very stiff, but yet I can bend it. But the whole part of my knee is stiff.
Mhm.
Even if and mostly it's going up and down stairs. And it seems like no matter how much I exercise, it still stays stiff, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
I would say this first segment that we did, where we did it with the helichrysum or the yarrow milfoil, what was the other one? Chamomiles.
And you also mentioned marjoram, I guess.
Not necessarily for this. I was talking about just spasms, but you could use the marjoram potentially for stiffness, but I would, for that area, I would treat the skin at least for a little while with some of this. Yeah. You could do marjoram as an afterwards, but you want to really jumpstart the skin and the superficial fascia in that area. And so this very first thing that we did would be very helpful for your knee.
Okay, well, I did that, and I spread it all over my knee, all the way down to my foot,
Oh, good.
And
But
I
for an
don't know.
injury like that, you'll need to treat it for a little while. Like you'll need to treat it like maybe daily for a couple of weeks or so.
Okay, and then I
Yeah.
had another question.
Mhm.
In another kit that we did with lymphatic movement, I have this tiny little oil bottle. It says spasmophilia. What is that for?
It's for spasms that, with a moderate amount of activity, can cause, like in an area, a moderate amount of activity will cause that area to go into a spasm. So like that tissue becomes hyperreactive. And then what we use spasmophilia for also is the inner health rays. So from the skin to the bone, there's health rays that continue, so the health rays we talk about are from the pores of the skin outward, but they're still from the skin inward that we address. And spasmophilia is one of the best ways to do that. The spasmophilia is produced like when there's a moderate amount of activity, that area goes into spasm because those energy channels are very blocked. So
Well, I also have the same size bottle in Health Rays, and I was using the Health Rays some in this process that we've been doing. When we were doing when we were doing the inner, I think that's when I was using it. I know it was during this process, but working on the internal organs.
Hmm.
So, okay, I'm just going with what I got.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you for the
You're so
information.
welcome.
It sounds like this spasmophilia might be a good thing for me to use on my knee.
Yeah,
That what you were saying.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So how about we'll take a break and we'll come back and do detoxification of the skin, and we'll come back at a quarter after. So we're good?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, so we're at middle of page 6 and segment 2. This is going to be detoxifying the skin, but in a kind of inside out way. So here we're going to use oils that are good for detoxifying the skin, but we're going to direct them to the organs of blood purification. So like I was saying before, when you do organs of blood purification, it impacts the skin. When you do the skin, it impacts organs of blood purification. So if you want to put, if your skin can handle it, you can put a little bit of one of these oils and neat on an area where the body is compromised, the skin is compromised, or the skin needs a little bit extra little bit of help. So go ahead and
In either carrier,
actually I
table or
I
oil?
have it as neat.
Oh, yeah, that is neat. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. If you don't want to do neat, you can put it in a little bit of alcohol and rub it on the spot. And so whatever oil you're going to use, now we're going to begin inhaling with your awareness on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're still on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the liver. Your awareness is on the liver, right hand side below the ribs. Your awareness is on the liver. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now let's move a little bit more. Let's do it like this. Go to your midline, go a couple inches off to the right below the ribs. So your midline of your body, a couple inches to the right below your ribs. This will impact the gallbladder. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Now drop down to the kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then over to your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. And then just pause and be still. You want to be especially so. Okay, just you're being still. Begin again. The lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move to the liver. Your awareness is on the liver, right hand side below your ribs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the liver. Okay, go to the midline, right? Go to the midline, and then 2 inches off to the right, below the ribs. Your awareness is on that gallbladder area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Kidneys. Drop down to the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the spleen. Over to the left-hand side below the ribs, the spleen. Be still. Just be still. We're going to do another cycle. So again, your lungs, nice, long, slow, deep breath. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with awareness on the lungs. The liver over to the right hand side below your ribs. Your awareness is on your liver. Move your awareness to the center line, couple inches off to the right, below the ribs, the gallbladder. Your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Long, slow, deep breaths with awareness on the kidneys. And then the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. Your awareness is on the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. How's that feeling? Yeah, feels good, yeah. Okay, we're going to do another round. So again, the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your lungs. Which one are you using? Nice. Mhm. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Your liver, your awareness is on your liver, below your ribs, right hand side. Your awareness is on your liver. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then to your midline, a couple inches off to the right, and then below the ribs, the gallbladder. And then the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spleen, left hand side, below the ribs. And then just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. So this has a detoxifying effect on the skin, but it also would treat what you would call depleted skin. You know, and there's a couple different ways that you could treat depleted skin, some different patterns, just topical application. But we really wanted to jumpstart the detoxification. And when I say detoxification, it's a very gentle detoxification. You know how like sometimes you do like a liver cleanse or something and it can throw the body in chaos. This is usually very, very gentle. So you're stimulating detoxification of the skin and it reduces or minimizes the depletion of the skin. So done over a regular basis, this actually would also impact your immunity. You would potentially, increase the defenses for being around, contagious diseases. So with that, let's go ahead and unmute yourself and type in. But do you want to share how you felt? Like you never really get to share very much. Like it looked like you were enjoying it quite a
I
bit.
was very much enjoying it. I mean, my energy levels are substantially greater right now. I just feel like my head's actually clearer.
So that's the thing too. Like she said, like her skin or her head feels clearer. I would say the skin impacts like our head and some of the brain chemistry to a much higher degree than we realize. But anytime that you make the skin detoxify, you're starting to affect the connective tissue as well, and you're stimulating lymphatic movement in the skin, which again starts to stimulate maybe a little bit more lymphatic movement a little bit deeper, but you're making the body less toxic in a different way. All the lymphatic classes that we've done, you're making the body less toxic in different ways. And the skin, I would say we take it for granted, and we look like, oh, I might have a rash, I might have an itch, I might have a bite, I might have a red bump or something. But the skin being treated to impact like how organs work and brain chemistry and the immune system, we don't really think of it that way that much. I mean, I have to remind myself all the time. Like it's just not something that I think of. And then when I treat it, I'm like, oh my God, why haven't I been doing this all the time? And so like I'll get on a little kick where I'll treat the skin for a little bit and then I'll feel good, and then I forget about it for months and months and months. And then, I'll do it again. And every time it feels good. Did you have anything else you wanted to add? Like you have more energy, you feel good, you feel calmer inside a little bit?
Yeah, I actually felt even like more in the body. I
More
think.
in the body? Oh, interesting. But anybody else want to share, or you unmute or type in?
We did have a logistical question come in.
Sure.
What is in the body tonic bottle?
The body tonic bottle is it's a body tonic without a scent in it. So it's holy water, vodka, and witch hazel. Yeah.
I think you knocked everyone out.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't see.
No, sure.
Could this bring up emotional issues?
I mean, anything is possible when you're doing any kind of therapy. I wouldn't think so, but you know, it's always possible.
Go ahead, Nitty.
Mhm.
Sorry, I didn't see you had unmuted yourself. And then go ahead, Tracy, after that.
Is it unusual that I got like an affirmation
An
from each
affirmation?
from each organ, like, I am empowered, or the things like
Oh, wow.
that.
Yeah. 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 If you were feeling something like that or something arose in your head, you can just go through and do your affirmation. Sure.
No, like it's like when I tune into my organs, the
Mhm.
organ give me the affirmation. There's
Oh,
like
okay.
the message.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's a new one on me, but hey, run with it.
It's all good. Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, Tracy.
Hey, so I don't have a whole lot to add except that the minute you started talking this morning, I kind of went back to sleep. So I missed the first cell
Yeah,
section.
that's okay.
And then so I just started with this one and I mean, I almost fell asleep walking to the kitchen. Like I was
Yeah.
smelling the oil walking. I'm like, oh my.
Well, if you think
hell?
about like if you think about like you know, like going and having a spa day, like you go to the spa, they do a lot of skincare and it's like super relaxing. Granted, they're playing like nice music or whatever, but you know, at first you look at it and just go, oh, it's just a thing where you're just doing some skincare and da 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 da. But like when you go through and you treat the skin, it's very relaxing. It's, you know, you have so many like receptors in there and things that trigger neurotransmitters and you know, going through and treating skin is a great way to start the relaxation process. And you know, this weekend's kind of a little bit of not a holiday weekend, but it has the vibe of a holiday weekend because of the Super Bowl. And so, you know, people tend to relax a little bit differently on a weekend like this than the normal weekend. And so, you know, maybe you have a little extra time just to relax and let go this weekend.
It's lovely. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you guys watch the Super Bowl?
Not at all. You know, and in Alabama, it's all about college. We don't care about the rest of it.
Yeah, I actually know that about Alabama.
We're like, what do they do
I,
afterwards? They just became
I,
businessmen.
I repeat the story one time because like there was some college game between two Alabama rivals and I was there in person teaching and I made a joke about something about like just the different colored shirts or whatever. And you could have heard a pin drop in that room. And I was
Oh
like,
yeah,
oh
there was a time when we had some very strong
yeah.
willed
Like
people.
note to self, do not make jokes about college football in Alabama.
No, we take it very seriously.
Yeah, everybody had such a serious face when when I made the joke, like, where are you going with this? And it better be my team, better be the
Yep. Tribal, lots of tribal people down here.
yeah.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
So I chose Palo Santo for the oil.
Nice. Nice.
And break was right before this, and my mind was racing during break. I got to do this, got to do that. Started smelling the Palo Santo, and I'm barely awake.
Yeah. Treating the skin is, you know, like you said, like the mind was racing in this, and you know, if you start thinking it out, like our normal way of thinking about things, you just go, "Oh, I don't get it." But if you look at it from the point of view of you have all the receptor sites, it triggers neurotransmitters. There's a component tied to hormonal function, um, the impact that might have on brain chemistry, and you go through and you treat the skin and it makes you wonder sometimes, like if I'm feeling a little anxious or a little stressed out, is it my skin? You know, because the skin can be a trigger for so many other things, like how much of it and it's the barrier to the outside. And so how much of what I'm feeling is being triggered at the skin. And if I treat the skin, maybe that feels a little bit better, you know? And the skin was never a thing for me like many years ago until I did that study. And when we did that study for the allergies, the impact that the skin had on the digestive tract blew my mind. Like I remember just sitting with that for like a couple of weeks going like that blows my mind. Like it just blows my mind. And then as I started going through and just kind of following some of the mechanics, it's just that I hadn't thought about it in that way. You know, that was the thing that blew my mind is just it was new, but like when you look at it from the point of view of just following kind of physiological mechanics and everything, it's like, yeah, I could get there. I see why that's happening. I mean, I wouldn't have like intellectually put that together, but like coming back and looking at it, I can see how it happened. You know, that makes sense. And
Well, thank you
You
for
know,
my calm.
well, I think like sometimes even, like Laura was asking about a salt bath, and if you think about like sometimes there's salt baths that are just salt baths, and there's some salt baths where you walk out and you're like, that was amazing. I feel so relaxed. I feel so much better. And yes, some of it is energetic and some of it is what it does to the tissues and everything. But it always makes me wonder sometimes how much of that was the impact on the skin, and then the skin took and did its chain reactions and produced some even deeper result. When we look at it from the point of view of energetics, but energetics and physiology are just two sides of the same coin. And so we look at it, or at least I look at it a lot of times, more as the energetics of the situation. But when you look at it from the point of view of physiology, a lotion with certain kinds of oils in it applied topically to the body on a daily basis, I think that could reduce anxiety. I think that could even reduce things like OCD and things like that, where there's that repetitive component. Because again, it's like a physical protection. It's a physical barrier to the outside. So if that's the case, anytime it gets compromised, it is going to trigger a little bit of like red alert, or I don't know that it would trigger fight flight. I mean, it might, but definitely stepping up, like being on higher level of alert for like the immune system in different parts of the body, which would then manifest. If your immune system's hypervigilant, usually there's anxiety or like tension. And so could be all kinds of things that we could treat in the skin, just like we do with the aura. Like one of the things that we're going to be doing later in the month is looking at the structure of the aura, looking at like the functions of the aura, and then some other qualities of the aura, to where you really, because if you think of the aura as just energy, that's one thing, but it's an energetic mold or blueprint that everything follows, right? So if the aura is properly treated, then before you even go to the chakras, before you even start using anything, by treating the aura, you should be able to make an impact on the physiology, because it is the mold or the blueprint. And the physical manifestation of that is the skin, right? It would be the skin. And so I think there's a lot more that we could do with the skin than at least I realize. Like I've going and writing some of the classes for later in the couple months from now. Like, I'm doing like outlines and looking at the aura, but I started thinking more about the skin. First it started off as this class, but we think of things sometimes just from our point of view, like the skin does this and that and this and but really we kind of don't think about it until it's a problem. We don't really think of it as an avenue for therapy or the avenue to treat other conditions, especially if they're not skin related conditions. But whenever I start thinking that to myself, I'm like, well, why wouldn't I think about it like that? Like,
Right.
it does so much. It's just I've limited what I can do with the skin in my head. Like, it's not the skin, it's my perception of what's going on.
I guess you could say most of the world around us has a very limited view of the skin.
Mm-hmm.
And what, you're coming out of that perspective. I'm just like getting my eyes open through this class, and it's like, okay, this is going to be good.
I mean, I've watched Samantha yawn about 8 or 10 times in the last 3 minutes. And it's just, we've just done those first two pieces, but you know, again, the energy body and the physical body, like if you treat the physical body, it has an energetic impact just as well as you do things in the aura, it's going to impact the skin as well. And so things are happening to an even greater degree than we're just working on the skin.
Thank you.
Someone shared, this knocked me out.
Yeah.
Another very relaxed.
You know, going back to what I was just saying to Robert, when I traveled with medicine man, he would do this thing that and they actually do a version of this in Chinese medicine too. I'm trying to see if I have they do this thing that, like, before he would have people get in the lodges with certain people, and you know, he didn't use this terminology, but basically what it's doing is it's cleaning the aura. But he would take like I think what we have here is this crystal knife. So, you know, like here's this knife, right? It's a crystal knife, but it's a knife. But he would just take a normal knife, and then he would go through and he would just rub like over the areas. Like somebody came in with, like, say, a back issue, and he'd go, okay, you need to do a lodge. But before they get in the lodge, he'd get in and he'd scrape on the area. So one, yes, it's increasing blood flow in the area, but two, it's cleaning that area. It's cleaning that part of the aura so that more energy can come out, more can come in, but you're also breaking the pattern that's within the energetic mold or blueprint. And when we treat the skin, you're breaking, well, you're potentially treating either the state of the body, the ability to, like, what you radiate and attract or repel out of your aura. You're treating patterns in the energy body, in the aura, and the mental reflective energies that float in the aura. And when you look at it from that point of view, you could do a lot of different things with the skin to treat conditions that are not necessarily skin related. So I have that coming in a bunch of notes coming up in about, comes out to you guys in about maybe 4 or 5 weeks, something like that, like in about a month or two.
And go ahead, Nitty.
Hey.
So I'm just wondering out loud, medically, the cell line of the skin and the brain are the same. They're the same cell line. And we see more like psoriasis, and you saw on TV all these skin conditions that being treated with the antibody infusion and stuff.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
also we
that's
have
true.
more dementia, and I'm just wondering that because I believe it's the toxin in food and the way that we produce food in modern days that
Mhm.
is at least a big part of this issues that's rising, and including increased colon cancer incidence in young people.
Right.
So I feel like, yeah, it is like, what's your thought on this? I think that is related, and
Yeah.
the dementia and the skin condition, that
I mean, the
they both
dementia,
increase.
yeah, the dementia, it would just be guesses on my part. Like, you know, I don't have any direct, like, data to say, oh, you know, and sometimes the data is, sometimes I would reference studies, and sometimes it's just my clinical applications. Like, you know, like over the years, I've treated something in a particular way.
Well,
The connection between the skin and, like, things like dementia, I would say this, that dementia definitely increases with inflammation, like, bottom line. And so
right.
the more you decrease inflammation in the body, I think, I mean, I've done it therapeutically, where we've taken somebody who's had really bad dementia, really worked anti-inflammatories and reducing inflammation in the body, and the dementia not only stopped but actually got better. Like in some cases substantially better. And then if you go back to the issues with the skin, a lot of times if the body's inflamed, the skin is impacted, or even the skin can become inflamed. And so anytime that you treat the skin, reduce inflammation in the skin, I think you're not just treating inflammation, but you're treating the body's ability to fight inflammation, and then the body's ability to detoxify the effects of things like inflammation or the precursors to inflammation, the free radicals. So
You might be aware.
I would say, I mean, I would throw it in the mix, yeah, definitely.
Have you heard of Dr. Bredinson? There's a Bredinson protocol. He treat the dementia patient, and he
That
have
name does
publication.
sound familiar. Like
Yeah.
Radiance. Like it's familiar, but I can't recall anything. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah,
So the
I
protocol.
could see
Yeah.
that. Like I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Going back to the digestive tract, could work with the skin have an effect on appetite, like reduce it or increase the appetite?
So the thing with the skin and the digestive tract, my body of knowledge is just based on that research project, and then the things that I did after that clinically. I didn't really try to control appetite through the skin, but it's worth a shot. I mean, even just when you're treating with essential oils that might impact appetite, inhaling them, taking them internally is one thing, but a lot of times we would put things on the skin. And so, that gets it into the blood and the circulation. But I think to treat it with the skin, you would at least, I mean, we're talking about the skin, but a lot of times with something like this, I would also treat the skin of the feet. Like, I can't emphasize enough about how much the skin of the feet, like if you go through 95% of the people, like if you look and you were to scan or clairvoyantly observe their skin, it's like it's good, it's good, it's good. And then when it gets down to about the knee, it's like and then when it gets down to the feet, it's like a half to a third the energy as the skin, like say up on your chest or your abdomen. I mean, it is just the skin of your feet is not in a good place. And the skin is one big organ. So if you have an area that's very compromised, that means that on some level it's compromising the whole organ. And so I would say treating the skin would be good, but especially the skin of the feet. Skin of the feet and skin over the compromised areas. So if you have like an arthritic knee, I would treat the skin over. It doesn't have to be daily. It like maybe even just once a week. So I'm gonna tell a little story about so I had multiple knee surgeries on each knee, and some were scopes where they just poked it, and then some were like incisions where they made big incisions. And the thing is, so the knees, they got better or not, whatever. But what would happen is like that area felt tight. I'd always feel like kind of like nerve sensations in that area. And then when the weather changed, like I could tell when it was raining because my knees would just start aching. I tried everything. I mean, I really tried everything. And I probably lived with that for 20 years. Like it was just it's just what happens, right? I started treating the skin. At first I was just doing the back and the sides a little bit because I was thinking, oh, maybe scar tissue. But then I started treating the whole knee, and I'd say, I was using the things that we're talking about here, but and I was just doing topical. I wasn't even doing the detox and all of that. And all of a sudden I realized like 6 months, 8 months, 9 months had gone by, and I was like, my knees don't ache when it rains. My knees don't ache you know, and I was noticing that I wasn't quite having the little nerve. It wasn't pain. It was just like I could feel like little nerve, like there was like low grade activity, but it was because of like, you know how like when something's too tight and you're straightening out your leg or whatever, you kind of feel like a little bit of a burning sensation. The burning sensation most likely is trapped lactic acid. And so with that, going through and treating the skin, lactic acid is a byproduct when the tissue wasn't getting oxygen. So then it produces this acid, right? And so it causes this like burning sensation. I went through and treated the skin over the knees for a while. I did it for a short amount of time. It wasn't for like crazy amounts of time. I mean, a decade has gone by. Still don't have that issue. Like I still don't. And so, you know, rehabbing the skin over an area that got compromised is key to that. I mean, it's not the only thing you do. It's not even the primary thing you do, but you throw it in the mix, it does make things better.
Nice.
Yeah.
In the beginning, I had some stress and fear when doing the kidneys, and then by the end, it felt gone.
Oh, good.
And in response to the other one, the person said, fascinating. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I have an oil called Skin Detox that I purchased previously from you.
Oh yeah, you could totally put that in the mix. Yeah, yeah.
And that would work for this one
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I wanted to share this one because I think we all do this sometimes. I have a bad habit of putting the oils up to my nose, and the parsley actually burns a little.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta hold that one a little bit farther away. Yeah.
I have some sesame oil that I bought from you. How long does it last? And how can I tell if it's still good?
Yeah, sesame oil should last a good 3 to 5 years. Unless it got really hot. Like, you know, if it got like exposed to sunlight over a prolonged period of time or something, it might not last quite as long. But basically you smell it and you know, it smells rancid. Like if it's got a funky odor, I mean, sesame has a little bit of a funky odor, but you know, it's not the sesame smell, it's the rancid, like something's gone bad smell. And so, you know, yeah.
How much skin ills, maybe I'll just read it and see if maybe it's a spelling thing. How much skin ills from body products based on pig fat and cow fat?
I'm not sure what that means.
The only thing I can think would be oils instead of ills. Soaps.
Lots of body products, or at least they used to be, had the whole phthalate and the I can't remember what but there was at one point they actually made more money off the fat of pigs and cows making soaps and things than they actually made from the meat products.
Mm.
And I've often wondered how much that would clog up the skin, or it would be energetically depressing and
yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
not aware. I mean, I know that's probably in the old days and maybe in cheap soaps and stuff, but a lot of the soaps these days are either glycerin based or like, you know, like fancy soap sometimes will be olive oil based, but yeah. I don't know how much of that is done these days. I mean, I don't really pay attention to like the normal like Dove or Ivory or you know whatever. Like I don't pay attention to those soaps and so I don't know what's in them, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I
I'd
was
love
just
to give you an
wondering.
intelligent answer, but I could give you a made up answer, but I have I have nothing there.
I just know that it was a big
There's
deal
probably
20
something
years
to-
ago. It was a
yeah.
major malfunction.
Yeah, I'm sure that it probably, you know, I'm sure there's something there, but I have no idea.
All right, thank you.
And go ahead, Anne.
Ian.
My niece had breast surgery, both breasts taken off, and last
Mhm.
week she had reconstructive surgery. What's going to help her?
So she had you were cutting out there a little bit. So she had breast removal, and what was the other thing?
Correct. And then last week,
Reconstruction.
yeah,
Helichrysum.
Okay.
Helichrysum all over there. So for one, that will rehab the skin. For two, it will reduce scarring and scar tissue. And so, and you know, the thing that's nice about the helichrysum, really all the ones that we talked about, the chamomile, milfoil, yarrow, is they reduce they address the free radicals, which, you know, are like precursors to inflammation. So you're getting it on a lot of different levels just by using the one oil.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah.
So to treat the skin of the feet, do we stick to the oils in segment 1?
We're going to be treating the feet through the whole thing, but that's a good place to start. And like the thing that we're ending with at the end of the day, we're also going to be doing that to the feet, but spikenard is always a good one, but like I like parsley, and one that I like, I've been really digging on my feet lately is Cape chamomile. Like I've been playing with chamomiles for a while. I don't know, it just feels really good. Like it's very similar to Roman chamomile, but yeah, the skin of my feet are it's just always like depleted, and like I'll treat it and it gets back, but you know, something going on with you know, I don't know if it's the cold or the shoes or just the way that it is, but like I'll treat it, it's good for a while, and then I'll come back to it like in a month and I'm like, oh, my skin on my feet's depleted again. So myrrh's another one that's kind of nice on the feet, but
What oils did Greg treat the skin over his knee with?
helichrysum. Yeah. Helichrysum, and I think towards the end I was doing parsley, but I started with helichrysum.
This is unrelated, but can I mix lemon and lovage together in water to drink?
What are you trying to do?
I don't know, it just occurred to me.
I would say if you're mixing things, have a specific thing that you're doing. Just to be mixing them, it'll change what they do, and so yeah, I would probably do them independently unless you had a specific thing you're trying to treat. So let's go ahead and we'll break for lunch, and we'll come back at 2:10. Hey everybody, let's come on back. Okay, we're on 3, right?
Mhm.
Segment 3. Okay, so segment 3, we're doing a little bit more of a deeper dive into the impact of the aura and the skin. And so here again, we're going to go back to the idea of applying something topically before we work it energetically. So here we're using cypress, myrrh, or spikenard, and this is to have a balancing effect on the skin. And you're going to put like 6, 8 drops, and then follow it with alcohol, and at least do your feet. You could do some of your affected areas, but let's throw caution to the wind and do the whole body if you feel up to it. Like splash it on and just start applying it to the legs, the arms, the abdomen, the chest, the neck. What you can say?
The Cypress Supreme work as well.
Yes, Cypress Supreme would work. Yeah. Substitute would be like, is it a newer person, older person, somebody who has things or not? Okay. Yeah, try.
And from the kit, it is Cypress.
Yeah, cypress. Going strong with the cypress. Cypress is, I'm not talking about just here, but it's a very quiet, like, we talk about it, but we don't talk about it a lot. It doesn't have a strong scent. It's a very quiet workhorse. Like, it does so many good things. Maybe we need to do a daily dose on cypress.
You should check and see if you have.
Yeah.
I don't think you have.
But very good for accumulations, which is like pockets of lymphatic stagnation, areas where the lymph has gotten stuck, where you put it on, not lymph, lactic acid has gotten stuck. There's that. Anytime where there's excessive amounts of fluid loss, like excessive urination. Sometimes you can even use it to treat frequency of urination, but diarrhea, vomiting, energetically, me and a couple of these old medical aromatherapists that we used to joke, but it does work for this. Diarrhea of the mouth. Like when you say, okay, we're having this meeting, don't mention XYZ. And then the person leaves and just goes XYZ this, XYZ this, XY, they say all the things that they're not supposed to do. We would give them cypress and it would usually slow that down or stop it. And so cypress is very transmuting to the mind, the thought processes, repetitive thought. It does a lot of good things. Very fortifying. Using cypress. That's nice. So definitely hit your feet, the affected area, but if you can, do your whole body. And when you're done, just be still. Before we do the breathing, let's just be still. Just seeing what either the cypress, the myrrh, or the spikenard did for you. You put it all over your body. I find this reduces achiness as well. You know, some of these things are working on more levels than just the skin, but how did that make you feel putting cypress all over?
Like me,
It's
so like
it's nice.
holding on to like
Yeah.
had a thought and it was gone.
Yeah. Yeah. So you notice even the mental component.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because it reminded me of what you were just saying, the diarrhea of the mouth. You
Yeah.
can't have diarrhea of the mouth if you don't have
Right.
reflux.
Right. Okay. I think that's enough time for you to apply it all and sit with it for a little bit. So now, whatever oil that you used, we're going to use to treat the aura, right? We're going to treat the aura. So you're using the oil, you're inhaling, and you're doing now the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, left side of your rib cage, your hips, the outer leg, the ankle. You're doing the whole left side. Your attention's on that body part of the body, but you're doing that to fixate your attention, but you're treating the energy of that side, the aura, which is your energetic mold or blueprint. So here we're treating the aura, but specific to the skin, right? Like cleaning the aura in general is great, but we're cleaning the aura specifically for skin related issues. Right? So you're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the left side of the body.
And my apologies, we didn't get from cypress. This for this one, it's
Oh, spikenard. Okay. Yeah, cypress went out on something. I was taking cypress internally there for a while, but
I do still.
yeah. Cypress is also good for any sort of like vein related issue. Like, so if you're prone to like varicose veins, taking it internally can be helpful. You have like lack of circulation moving up from the legs towards the heart. Cypress is good. Even like things like hemorrhoids, like 2 or 3 drops taken internally 1 to 2 times a day, within a day or two, you're treating the hemorrhoids from the inside out. The hemorrhoids will go away. It's one of the best remedies for hemorrhoids. If you just have inflammatory things, like even in the mouth, it helps to tighten up the tissue. Like if you have, sometimes people will have an issue where like a tooth starts to get a little bit loose. It's because the gums get a little inflamed and spongy. The cypress will firm all that up, right? So it cleans that up and firms that up. So it's good to even use in like mouth rinses, mouth washes, um, gargles. I don't know why I got on a cypress kick, but okay.
We did a daily dose.
Okay, good. So you're still on the left side of your body, taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. Just let it be. The front side of the body, the face, throat, chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the legs. Mm. Mm. Keep inhaling. I'm gonna keep talking. The one of the things used to bounce the skin off, probably the most is spikenard. And if you have like things like psoriasis, spikenard put even meat on the psoriasis, like you put it in and then rub it in like that. Um, it's one of the first lines of treatment for treating things like psoriasis. Psoriasis being an autoimmune issue where there's an overproduction of skin cells. So it has a very bouncing effect on the skin. Going back to what Ralph was saying about like potential skin cancers and things like that, the very first thing I do is that first segment. But if I was to do a follow-up, it would be this component, treating things with cypress myrrh or spikenard. And again, it's just because it has such a strong balancing effect. Usually I use spikenard, but all three of these are pretty equal. Um, so, so pause with what you're doing. Okay, get in your eye. Oh, okay. Now the right side of your body. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's what's it? Yeah. And then pause. All right. And then the back side of the body. Back of the head and neck, upper back, mid back, the low back and hips, back of the legs, all the way down to the heels. And then just be still. Just be still. Let's do the left side of the body again. Whole left side, face, neck, rib cage, hip. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. front side of the body. Face, throat, chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the legs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and be still. Just be still. Just let it be for a moment. Begin inhaling. Begin inhaling on the left side of, or excuse me, the right side of your body. Right side of your face and neck, your right rib cage, hips, outer leg. Long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the right side of your body. And then be still. I don't have a problem doing that dance. Yeah, you're pausing, you're just being still for a moment. Your awareness is on the back side, back of the head and neck, the back, the hips, the legs, all the way down to the heels. And then just be still. Just be still. Yeah, it's nice. Just notice how you feel. If you want to do a little reapplication to some of your favorite spots, once you do that, use the same oil, a little of the body tonic or alcohol, and apply it to your areas as we're kind of letting it incubate a little bit. And then we'll do another round on the aura. Okay. Finish that up and then begin inhaling on the left side of the body. Mm. Then to the front side of the body. Face, throat, chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the legs. The right side of your body. Your awareness is on the right side of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just going to right, so there you go. And then pause. On the back side of your body. Whole back side of your body. And then just be still. Just be still for a moment. Let's do it one more time. Left side of your body. The front side of your body. Long, slow, deep breaths. The right side of the body. Long, slow, deep breaths on the right side of the body. And then the back side of your body. All along the back. And then pause and be still. That feels good, right? Nice, soothing. So again, we're treating the energy body and we're doing something when we apply it topically to balance the skin, but we're treating the aura or the energetic mold or blueprint specifically for the skin. So we're just doing these different components, and keep in mind, this isn't normal skincare. This is utilizing the skin for the treatment of the lymphatic system. So with that, let's go ahead and unmute ourselves, type in, you can share experiences or ask questions. Nobody? Yeah. Okay. You have anything you want to share?
I just keep feeling better and better. Like,
Keep feeling better.
yeah,
Yeah.
my energy, but I actually, when you were talking about the aura, I actually feel like it's more balanced out.
Yeah.
Even though it's just working the skin somehow, it feels just like it was balancing.
So like before we set this oil aside, we move to the next one that I'd like to do with this is the areas around the sinuses, like around the eyes. Put your awareness in and around the eyes, like where you would feel sinus pain or sinus issues. A lot of times when we have chronic sinus issues, the area, that skin is not totally compromised, but it's a little bit not balanced. Like there's basically stress caught in the skin. So all of these would reduce skin stress or stress in the skin. So go to the area around the sinuses and the areas of your face, and you're just inhaling with your awareness on that spot.
Will it help with wrinkles?
Yeah, though for wrinkles, I think we have something written for wrinkles actually. Might be somewhere else. No, I don't. I have something for wrinkles somewhere. I can't remember where it's at. I'll find it though. How's that feel on your sinuses in your face?
Good, but it feels like I need to do more.
Mm-hmm. And then just pause for a moment. Notice how you feel. Notice the sinuses, especially. Even if you didn't have sinus issues, sometimes there's stress or a little bit of tension in the sinuses that gets addressed. And then let's do it one more time. Around the eyes, the sinus areas. And then just pause. Be still.
Oh, good. I mean, just even putting my attention in those areas, I feel like it brought more like, I don't know, the energy just started moving.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it was directed with the oil too.
Sure, sure. Yeah. Okay, so anybody want to share or
We had some
ask
things come
questions?
in.
Okay, yeah.
Feel free to still unmute or raise your hand as well. Cypress felt great. I did the whole body.
Nice.
Wrinkles. Greg had previously mentioned mixing helichrysum with tamanu oil to use for the face.
That sounds like I was gonna have to look it up because I don't have it to memory, but that could be what I was using.
I don't know the mixture ratio, but would be interested in getting those details if when you have them, please.
I would say for the face, you do a lower dosage than you would if it was an ointment for the body. So like the carrier oil, let's say an ounce of carrier oil. With the face, I would say probably about like 12 drops of oil, where if it was an ointment for like your shoulder, it would be 30 drops. So a little less than half. You know, if your face can take it, you can add a few more drops, but like it's better to be consistent with the face than to try to do a big dosage with a face. So, yeah.
Maybe you could even make that a product.
Yeah,
if people want,
yeah.
just as a heads up, Greg could blend the
Sure.
tamanu with the helichrysum.
Yeah, I used to make a wrinkle oil a long time ago. It was a blend, but it was also in mink oil, and it was hard to source mink oil that wasn't like where the animal didn't die. Like we had to get it like non.
Yeah, it seems a little extreme.
Yeah, it was hard to find. Yeah.
Somebody was asking to repeat that oil, and it's tamanu.
So yeah, tamanu with helichrysum. Yeah.
All right, so quiet on the
Okay.
front.
So quiet. So how about we'll do a break? We'll come back at 35 after, and we'll do the next little segment. Hey, everybody. Sorry, I'm running a little late there from the break, but come on back. And we're on segment 4, which is at the mid-page of page 7. And here we're stimulating the production of like cortisone and the body's production of things that are it's not just trying to reduce inflammation, but you're trying to prevent inflammation, right? You're basically with this trying to slow down the aging process. The aging process being inflammatory material, inflammation, but here you're stimulating the production of cortisone, which is the body's own natural like kind of steroid that it kind of generates for inflammation. So it could be good for a lot of different things. Here we're using it just to reduce the impact of inflammation and things on the skin. Right? So myrtle or pine or terebinth.
And the kit is terebinth.
Mm-hmm. Any of them work. And any form of myrtle will be okay here. Any form of pine, any form of myrtle. So here, right off the bat, we're going to do a knead application, and you're going to apply whichever one you're using to the joints of the arms and the joints of the legs. So the hips, the back of the knees, the ankles, the feet. So go ahead and do a little application. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, then the next thing. Hey, just let that percolate for a minute. And then you have whichever oil you're using, the pine, the terebinth, the myrtle. And let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your armpits. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the armpits. You could say that going through and treating this aspect with the cortisone, trying to elevate cortisone levels in the body, is fortifying to the skin. It might not prevent skin issues that are already there, but it would help prevent potential skin issues. The elbows. Your awareness is on the elbows. And the wrists. Your awareness is on the wrists. The palms of your hands. And then just pause for a moment. And then again, your hips. Your awareness is on the hips. Your knees, your awareness is on the knees. The ankles. Your awareness is on the ankles. On the soles of the feet. Oh, Myrtle, yeah. I think I really underutilize Myrtle. Yeah. Hmm. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the armpits. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your armpits. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your elbows, your awareness is on your elbows. The wrist. Your awareness is on the wrist. Those dreaming. Yeah. I mean, part of improving cortisone levels is you're improving adrenal function. And these oils, along with some other oils, but these are a little bit more specific for what we're doing. When you're basically stimulating the adrenals, but stimulation doesn't mean activation. It means proper function in medical aromatherapy. And so it means you're making the adrenals function properly. So a lot of times what happens is your adrenals calm down. And so if they're highly activated, they aren't going to do the functions associated with like repair work and reducing inflammation, the production of cortisone. You know, they're going to be more activated for fight flight. And so by calming them down, or you're stimulating them, but that's a little bit misleading because really what's happening a lot of times is you're regulating or calming down the adrenals so that it can do more the body maintenance kind of things rather than being ready for fight flight. I hope that makes sense. I think it does, but your awareness is on the palms of your hands. Basically, what I'm saying is this is probably going to be very relaxing. I could have just said that. But it's relaxation with a purpose. You know, the relaxation is a byproduct of the adrenals calming down, but it's also doing like kind of repair work in your body. Using the pine or the terebinth is very good for arthritic conditions. You know, because of the cortisone production. I actually just put several drops of pine on my wrists in times where the joints are a bit more achy, or basically if I have some sort of pain issue, I'll bump up a couple of things, but pine is one of them just because of the cortisone. You know, it makes the body feel better. So just pause on that one. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the hips. Knees. Ankles. And the soles of your feet. And then just be still. Just be still. Feels nice, doesn't it? It's another way that we put the body into rest and repair mode. So we're doing good on time. So that translates in my head is another round. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the armpits. Your elbows. Wrists. palms of your hands. And then let's just have you be still for a second. Give yourself a break. Just be still for a moment. Then your hips, you're inhaling on your hips. That's really. Mhm. So, I'm going to keep talking as you're doing this. Each one of these segments could be a standalone. So, like here, calming down the adrenals for the production of cortisone, you can see it's also just relaxing. So, this could be a thing that you do at the end of the night. You could do it for things on a lot of levels. Healing for the body, healing for the skin. And it could be preparation for getting ready to go to bed. So a little 10-15 minute little treatment and then boom into bed. Make sure you're asleep more repairing and productive in that manner. And this could deepen your sleep, ease pain, calming and soothing to the emotions. Your knees, your awareness is on your knees. And your ankles. And then the soles of your feet. And then just be still and let everything go. And so let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions on this segment before we jump to that last one. I think we only have one more, right? Yeah. So you can unmute yourself or type in or.
Hi, Greg. This is
Hey.
Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Okay, a couple of questions.
Yeah.
What's a Myrtle Supreme? I've never worked with it before, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, isn't it beautiful? It's let's see. So it's regular myrtle, it's green myrtle, it's red myrtle, it's aniseed myrtle. Let's see, did I say lemon myrtle?
No.
Lemon myrtle. So green, red, aniseed, lemon. I feel like I'm missing one.
Honey? Is
Yeah,
honey in it?
and honey myrtle. There you go. Boy.
Wow. Okay, I don't have any pine. What would be a good pine that
Just Sylvester pine, just good old fashioned Sylvester pine or terebinth. If you're looking at it for the cortisol levels, Sylvester pine is the one that's usually used. Terebinth does it as well. And terebinth, I mean, they're all good for like cleaning up tissues and everything, but terebinth is probably a little bit better for cleaning tissues. Sylvester pine is just a little tiny bit better at stimulating the production of cortisone, but they all do it. Like, all of the pines will do it. And terebinth is pine wood. Like it's it's a particular kind of pine, but it's pine wood, where most of them are from the needles or sometimes even from the cones. Terebinth is just basically pine wood oil. Yeah. Yeah. So,
well, thank you. I do have but I'm not real familiar with the terebinth either, but
yeah,
this
terebinth is, you can use it for, I mean, both myrtle and pine are very good respiratory oils for one. They're very, very good respiratory oils. Terebinth is probably, when we have mucus, there's a different ways of breaking up mucus in the body. Respiratory tract or digestive tract is one, you like break it down and liquefy it, and then try to like cough it out, like expel it out. And then the other way is to dry it up. And terebinth is one of the best things for drying it up. Like anula is one of the better ones. It's one of the best ones for liquefying it and trying to get it out. Right? If you're trying to just like dry up that area, terebinth in essential oil world is by far the best. So pine oil is right up there with it. And then myrtle also has an impact on the respiratory tract, but usually oils that have a big impact on respiratory function will also impact adrenal function as well.
Yeah, that's really up
And
the
yeah,
adrenal.
and so you know, it's not always the case, but a lot of times. And so you know, here we're using it for proper function of the adrenals so that it produces cortisone, but it's also deepening your breath and regulating your breath, because if the breath is more rapid and shallow, also the tendency is for the adrenals to become more activated. So usually that's why they go hand in hand, is the regulation of the breath is also tied to the regulation of the adrenals. And I was going to say one more thing about it, but you know, that kind of gets the gist of it. But you know, for example, any of this, like when you go through, like even this protocol here, should make the body a little bit less achy. And if you have like a arthritic condition or a pain injury or something like that, it's not going to make the pain go away, but it takes the edge off. Like, you know what I mean? It reduces the intensity. And so utilizing any of these on a regular basis should also, like if there's like a chronic inflammatory condition, if there's a chronic arthritic condition where the body is compromised in some area, you know, degeneration, or there's an injury, these could also be something that you do for that. So you could just inhale the oil, put it on your wrist, but doing this arms and legs actually amplifies the effect, because what you're doing is whenever you're working the arms and legs, you're working the basic, and the two energy centers that impact the adrenals are the Mingmen, which is your low back area, and then also your basic. And so those two together will impact the adrenals. And so by inhaling the oil, and you're doing long, slow, deep breaths, which is helping the adrenals, you're inhaling the oil, which is helping the adrenals, and then running that energy through the arms and the legs also helps the adrenals. So you're hitting like kind of 3 or 4 layers of therapy, all directed towards adrenal function.
Excellent. This is very good. Thank you very much for the
So
explanation.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, this segment for it, you could use for other things other than lymph or skin lymph. You could use it for injuries, aches, pains, even respiratory issues. Like you could use it even for low grade anxiety or like tension in the body. You could use it for a lot of different reasons. But you know, keeping the adrenals healthy will improve sleep. It just does a lot of things. So
Thank you.
you're
I
so
think I think you gave me a good medicine for this evening
good.
and for right now. Thank you.
Good.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Let's get you unmuted.
There.
Hey.
I have relaxation. I'm assuming that is a blend.
Mhm.
And would that work for this as well?
Not really. I mean, it will do something, but it's not necessarily going to stimulate the adrenals. The relaxation blend is to relax the different aspects of the will. And so it's to help take tension out of the will centers, you know, the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual wills, so that it does impact the defense mechanisms, but Yeah, it would calm things down. It wouldn't necessarily stimulate them, but it would only work if the body was in a very agitated state. You know, we use that for going deeper for spiritual practices, for deeper psychological healing, or a deeper way of reducing stress. So again, it's like can be calming to the adrenals, but not necessarily stimulating to the adrenals. Where here you're shooting for stimulation, and you're shooting for kind of deepening the, not necessarily deepening the breath, but like improving the breath at the same time, calming the, stimulating the adrenal function. And so just so it produces a much more longer lasting effect. I mean, it won't hurt anything. It just won't be quite as effective as the ones that are listed there.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, I was doing some typing. I missed the other things we could use segment 4 to work
So
on.
you could use it for pain syndromes. You could use it for sleep related issues. Especially if, because like the inability to fall asleep, different various forms of insomnia, a lot of times it's allergies, actually. Allergies will have a overactivating effect on the basic chakra, and it just doesn't allow the body to fall asleep. So then you start going down the rabbit hole, and sometimes there could be stress or psychological things, connections to other people that maybe cords or people being upset at you might impact you. But adrenals being overactivated is one of the big ways that we don't end up sleeping. And you could even take it a step further, that in some cases it would even produce some of the anxiety. And so pain, potentially anxiety, just putting the body in a healing state, conditions like arthritis and things where there's degeneration, like in the joints, or an inflammatory condition. Like you take somebody with an autoimmune issue, or say, like a couple of days ago, we were doing something with somebody and they had a very inflamed liver. And, there's things that are specific to the liver, but there's things where you just take a step back and go, let's just increase the body's ability to handle inflammation. And so, I did a two-pronged approach with that particular person. And, you wouldn't think of like pine oil or myrtle to be something that you would go after something in the liver for, but if there's inflammation, you definitely could use it for something like that. So bottom line, pain, any sort of inflammatory condition, any sort of degenerative condition, any sort of sleep related issue, or anxiety, anxiety that doesn't seem to have, like, if the person goes, I'm anxious because of this thing at work, that's one thing, but sometimes people will just say, I just feel anxious, right? A lot of times that's fight flight, but an overactivation or an imbalance in the adrenals. And just trying to calm the adrenals down doesn't necessarily always do it. That's why doing oils that have an impact with the breath, that tends to calm adrenals down to a much greater degree, because there's other oils that could do it, but they wouldn't necessarily impact the breath. And so here we're trying to do a two-pronged thing where, because the breath is deepening the relaxation effect, or I should say the stimulation effect of the adrenals, which means proper adrenal function, not hyperactive, but like regulated. Like it's we think of adrenals as fight flight, but there's also repair functions that happen with the adrenals that when it's in fight flight aren't there. So when you stimulate the adrenals, you're stimulating proper function, both action and activity, but also rest and repair, right? So you have that component as well. And boy, there was one other point I was going to make. Oh, with the breath. So having it like a deeper, more relaxed respiration. You know, like I said, it improves adrenal function. But also, if you think of, you know, here we're not just treating skin, but we're treating skin associated with lymphatic function. And when you have a deeper, like slower, more rhythmic, and more like more potent breath, you know, because sometimes you'll have like a shallow, kind of weak breath, and then sometimes the breath can still be slow, but it can be deep and strong. And in that respiratory movement, in the inhalation and exhalation, especially when it's deeper and not shallow, you actually are moving lymph in the body. And so you are kind of doing multiple things here by just treating the arms and legs and inhaling a respiratory oil that also impacts the adrenals. Like you get this like kind of dynamic thing where it's hitting a bunch of different things. And you know, you're not necessarily going after a particular symptom, but you're stimulating all these processes. But all these processes contribute to lymphatic function. And
Okay.
so it can translate into treating anything that you would use lymphatic functions for. I mean, as I'm saying all this, you know, another thing that you can do, we were talking about trigger points a little bit earlier today. You could actually even use this to diminish the potential for activation of trigger points. And, you know, I know we haven't gone into trigger points very much. I don't know that we're ever going to do a full class, but we might do like a study group, or I don't know how many people would be interested in trigger points, to be honest with you. I have 30 years of notes on trigger points. Probably, God, I have probably 40 years of notes on trigger points. 40, no, 35. But, you know, I used to say 20 years of notes, and then I realized, did the math, and I was like, yeah, I hit 20 years ago. But I have 20 years worth of notes from 15 years ago that
So the real, from the breathing perspective in this segment, it's not so much that the breathing has like bumps in it. It's more that the breathing's shallow and we want to bring it back to a
yeah, we want to
more
just
slow, deep breath.
yeah, we're not trying to like deepen the breath. I mean, it usually happens when your breath slows down, your breath usually deepens. You know, because you're relaxing muscles, especially the diaphragm and the sternocleidomastoid, but also there's some other skeletal muscles that contribute, and then just the respiratory rate itself. So when you're in fight flight, you tend to breathe rapid and shallow. When you're in rest and repair, your breath slows down, but it deepens, and it can actually even get a little bit stronger. And so you're manually, like you're moving lymph by having like a deeper, stronger breath. You're drawing lymph and blood up from the legs and pumping it through the organs and things like this. But also what you're doing is you're manually making the body shift into rest and repair. Like you're manually making it go parasympathetic. And so your lymphatic system doesn't function when you're in fight flight. Like think of, like I know I've said this before, but like this is the way that I think of it, is like you have this set of like switches in front of you. And when you're in fight flight, some of the switches get switched on, some get switched off. Then when you go into rest and repair, all the switches get reversed, right? So
Right.
if you think of the idea of fight flight, it means, okay, I have to run, or I have to fight, or I have to freeze and hide, or you know, whatever it is. But I need to gather all my energy to be able to run, fight, or hide, or freeze, or whatever that is. So in fight flight, there's kind of no room for rest and repair or lymphatic, you know, detoxification is not part of running or fighting, right? Any of the functions that we think of as healing the body, regenerating the body, letting the body rest. Here we're talking about detoxifying, moving like some of the hormones and things like that, they become very low priority when you're in fight flight. They become high priority when you're in rest and repair. So even if you target, like, say, the adrenals or lymphatic function, and the body's in fight flight, you're really not going to produce a very good result because those levers haven't been flipped, right? So part of it is, yes, you want to use things to hit those symptoms or those systems to get them to function in a pretty specific way. But if the body's not in rest and repair, it will only do it very minimally. So you want to shift the body to rest and repair so that it goes, oh, time to clean house, time to clean up the joints, time to clean up the whatever. And if you look at pain syndromes or arthritic conditions, part of what they do is they put the body in fight flight. So you manually sometimes have to go through and go, okay, this arthritic condition, I have to make the body go more into rest and repair mode, because the body sees pain as a red flag, and it's like, okay, something to resolve, some issue is going on, there's something that needs to happen. So any sort of pain, especially if it's sharp or degenerative, the body will see it as a fight flight like issue, like something's going on, something's causing me pain, we need to respond. And so what happens with chronic pain syndromes is you keep going more and more into fight flight, and it becomes harder and harder to heal that condition because the body is spending less and less time in rest and repair. So if you look at an arthritic condition, there's going to be more fight flight activity, less detoxification, and with less detoxification, the arthritis gets worse. But if you can put the body into rest and repair mode, especially at night, then the rate that arthritis degenerates is slowed down and sometimes even stopped, because of the body is spending a sufficient amount of time into rest and repair. So the goal for any sort of healing of a chronic issue, you could say, is more time in rest and repair. Like if you're feeling sick, even with a cold and flu, you don't go, okay, I'm feeling sick, I don't really feel good, I should probably go clean out the garage. You go, I need to go lay down, right? I need rest and repair time for me to get over this virus or this bacteria, right? And so the same goes for a lot of other conditions. The problem is that we get so used to living with it and just sucking it up and getting through the day that we forget that, like, hey, I have an injured hip, I have an injured knee, I have whatever. Maybe I need a little bit more, rest time. And it doesn't necessarily mean sleep, but going back to even like dealing with the athletes, we were just having this conversation like a week ago or something, right? And, in the old days, I go back to cycling, but it was also runners and stuff. The old days of training, they would just, you got on your bike or you went out and ran and you just cranked out the miles. Like you just cranked them out, and the idea of more is better, right? But over the years, what they learned is that the rest was as important, if not more important. And what would happen is the newer wave of athletes would spend more time in just resting, like, not like doing nothing. I mean, they were laying down and resting with a low heart rate, a low pulse rate, right? And when they would go out, they were doing less miles, they were doing less intervals, they were doing less sprint work, they were doing less of all of it. But when they did it, it was more intense. Like they were able to take it to a much higher degree. And then they would spend a bunch of time resting. And they probably spent as much time, if not more time, resting than they did actually exercising. And that was like a really big, like switch of how people did things. But that newer wave of athletes really could perform at a higher degree and more consistently than the ones who just in the old days would go and crank out all the miles and, basically exercise excessively. And they were prone to less injury, because they had so much time in rest and repair. Back in the old days, like in the early days when I'd be working with, endurance athletes, they would always be nursing something. There was always an injury. There was always something. Each and every one of them. Like you'd have a new person come in and go, okay, tell me your injuries. Tell me the thing you're nursing. And usually it was multiple things, right? And then as time went by and there was this newer wave of athlete that was spending more time resting, and you'd go, okay, tell me your injuries. They go, yeah, I really don't have anything right now. Like I had an injury like a month ago, but yeah. And I was like, that's unheard of. But it's because they spent more time in rest and repair, so they didn't run their body down like the older athletes did.
If we think of all the stuff we've covered in the 9 lymphatic classes,
Mhm.
it's about restoring balance in the body.
Yeah.
And all from different perspectives.
Yeah.
So far, 9 different ways of slicing and dicing the
Mhm.
lymphatic system to bring balance in other parts of the body. I find that pretty fascinating and amazing. And I'm sitting here thinking of my clients and saying, okay, you need to do this and you need to do this. And I'm sure there's more lymphatic classes upcoming.
Well, we have that discussion that we're like, I don't know, maybe people are getting burned out on these lymphatic classes. You never know. But we still we have what, 40 or something here right now? Yeah. So I mean, we still have a little bit more, but that's still enough to where, I still could probably fire off without even thinking of it, 4 or 5 more classes. But if I thought about it, I could probably do another 10 easy.
I like the 1-day format.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah.
It makes it easy to digest, and it's usually because there's something on the other day, like the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Or another 1-day thing, or I'm out at Astara, or
Right.
something. And so we are going to try to do some more 1-day things throughout the year, and even if it's the weekend, it'll be 2 1-day things, just so people can time manage better. But
yeah,
I think I'm going to at least do one more lymphatic class. I mean, we'll see how it goes. But I think the one that we could end with, if we're going to end it, is just putting the body in the parasympathetic state, like all the little different avenues and tricks to put the body into a deeper level of healing. And so this little segment 4 here would make the cut. Like that, we could just get dropped into that other class. So there's other things that could be done, but they're scattered throughout things. And
right.
We're talking about more work for you about making the lanes and the website about little kind of small journeys of different things to do. And one of them could be just putting the body in a state of healing,
Lymphatic 10 sounds like lymphatic hacks.
Yeah. I mean, kind of, because it's lymphatic function, but it's also glands start functioning in a different way. The nervous system starts functioning in a different way. Different things start happening. You go more into an anabolic state, which is where your body also repairs and reboots the nervous system, immune system, and glands, as well as soft tissue. And so, who doesn't feel good after getting some really good rest? And if you had good sleep and don't feel better, it's because you weren't able to hit that state of healing while you were sleeping. Like you're not sleeping deep enough, you're not hitting the anabolic state. Something's going on where you're not going deeper. And so, yeah, so we could definitely do a version of that. But I think the last 2 or 3 lymphatic classes, we go, well, this is probably going to be the last one. And then I keep going, one more.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Well, thank you very much. I loved it. And I
yeah,
know there's one more segment.
yeah.
All right. I just lost my, there we go. And then go ahead, Jan, then Dorothy.
Hey, Jen.
We had you there, Jan. Yeah, there you go.
Hey.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, that was my fault. I clicked too many times. Anyway, I had a experience that with this segment 4 that was amazing to me. I had put the Sylvester pine on neat on the joints of my arms and legs, and done the first couple of cycles of inhaling, and then I had to go down the hall, and I got about 40 feet, and I said, my knees didn't hurt at all walking down the
Yeah.
hall. And
Isn't that
usually I'm on a
amazing?
cane. I'm on a 75% of the time. And, I just jumped up and went down the hall, and it didn't even realize till I got down there, my knees don't even hurt. So I'll be
Every day, like
using
put the
Sylvester
pine, yeah,
pine.
put the Sylvester pine on every day. Like that is like the perfect example
Yeah.
of the application is yeah, like you're so used to your knees hurting, and then you put some on, and then like you're doing stuff, and then you're like realize, wow, I don't hurt. Like how did that happen? Like that's crazy. But yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah,
And then all the
day,
other
and
stuff.
even if you need it twice a day, like you can do it twice a day. You can inhale it as well. But if you do that on a regular basis, you'll notice that over a period of time, you will get a longer and longer effect from utilizing it. Like at first you're like, oh man, I felt great. I put some on my wrist. I felt great for almost a whole day. And then, you use it every day for a little while. You'll go, I haven't used my pine for like 3 or 4 days. Like it will start being where you don't even need it every day. It's because you're not just putting on a medicine, but you're putting on something that's training your body to do something different. And once it starts producing more cortisone, even if you don't put a dose on that day, your body's still in the motion of generating that cortisone. And so if you do it daily at some point,
Good.
probably do it like 2 or 3 times a week, but when the body's real achy, a good terebinth or pine bath is really super good. Yeah, even inhaling it, like if you're in a little extra pain, you could still put it on your wrist and then inhale it for a little while. But
Okay.
yeah, all of that's quite good. Yeah.
Sounds great. And then all the things you were talking about with insomnia, shallow breath, and
Yeah.
all that, I can use it for that too.
Yeah, and it's all
So
the same protocol. So it's not like you have to do 5 different protocols for all the different things. You just do the same protocol. It hits all of it. Yeah.
yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Let's hear how your knees are doing in about a month. I'd be curious if you use it
Okay,
all the time.
will do.
Let's see where your knees are at in about a month.
Okay, well, I'll work on that. Use it every day.
Perfect.
And then go
I
ahead.
think the audio might be a little off here, but yeah.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Yes. When you spoke about trigger points, aren't you talking about things that would cause a fight-flight response?
No, trigger points are things that happen in the connective tissue in very specific areas that cause neurological dysfunction. And so they're an accumulated of like spasms and stagnant lymph and nerves that are not functioning properly that cause more than just like a spasm or a tightness in an area. They'll start to cause referred pain patterns. Like a lot of times when you have a headache like up in your head, it's actually coming from like your neck or your shoulders. So that would be a trigger point that's referring pain up into a different area. And so trigger point is just that. It's a myofascial trigger point. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds,
Yeah, in a way, it doesn't allow the body to relax as much, but it's not necessarily something that will put you on fight flight.
okay, and I am
Different than a
aware.
trigger. I think that's where you're going, right? Like a
Yeah.
psychological, yeah, trigger. Yeah. They're kind of similar words, but they are different.
Well, I am aware of referred pain. I mean, like it started somewhere else, but you think it's where it's hurting.
Right. Yeah, that's a trigger point. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
trigger point. Yeah.
that would be an interesting class for me. In fact.
Okay. I mean, if we have enough interest, I'm glad to do it, but
Mhm.
it might actually have to be a couple of classes because a lot of muscles in the body.
Mhm. Yeah, that would be, we'll
Yeah,
see. Yeah.
we'll see.
Oh, I had one last night, I think. It's one I've mentioned to you before. Is this burning sensation in my lower part of my leg, right under my knee to the ankle sometimes, and it goes right to the bone.
That's probably the sciatic nerve. Like it's wanders its way down and probably hits that.
Well,
So
it was on the
treat,
side.
yeah.
Is the
Oh,
sciatic?
side. No, on the side it would be different. It's a different nerve, but same idea.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was at my son-in-law's house, my daughter, and he said it was coming from. He even mentioned the backbone and where it would be coming from there. L4 or 5 or something like that.
Sure.
Because if it was burning, that was what he said. Yeah. And it's one that won't go away right away. It's not like a cramp. It's just
Right.
like a deep burn.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
All right, we did get some feedback as well.
Okay.
I'm good for about 35 more of these classes at least.
Okay.
Yet,
I
please,
could do 35.
R&R class or study group ASAP sounds just like what the doctor ordered. Please continue with the lymphatic study. We
Okay.
clearly need rest and repair.
Yeah, maybe that will be the next one. Rest and repair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if it's not just lymph focused, just rest and repair.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. Do you want to go on to the next segment, or do you want me to show people the support thing that we do?
Go ahead and show them the support and then we'll jump into the last.
So I just want to make sure you guys know what we have available for you. Some of you already know, and we are getting it updated weekly with more things. So our support page, we're going to keep getting it a little nicer for you guys, but we have a specific one. If you go to support and you go scroll down, we have a specific student support page here. So giving you an idea of some of the things we have available for you guys as students. My internet's apparently just a little slow, so give it just a sec. So obviously the newsletter. So if you're not already getting our weekly newsletter, you are going to start getting that, and it's on Mondays. We send that out. We have practice sessions on Tuesday and Wednesday. They are free and open to everybody. The Tuesday one is Q&A, and then it goes into protocols where Greg leads us through a deeper protocol practice. Wednesday starts with 2 Astara practice sessions. They're great for healing. They're great for meditation. And we have the links for those in the newsletter. And then on Wednesday also at 7, we do a special study group for the weekend's class. So this weekend, Lymphatic 9, we're going to do a special study group for you guys at 7 p.m. Central. And I get the link out for that at about 5:30 Central Time on Wednesdays. So it goes to your email with the link on Wednesday. So it's right at the top of your inbox. And then with social media things, because we don't want to bombard you with emails every single week with just everything we're doing, we do the Monday newsletter, and then Wednesday we give you a class update. And then other than that, you can check out our different social things, which are YouTube channel, our Facebook, and our Instagram. Those are really the ones that we're most active with.
Yeah, and the Facebook and the Instagram, it's not like ads about stuff. It's about practices, processes, or answering questions. It's more about doing the practice. It's not like a marketing thing for.
And we do update you guys for classes as well on it, but yeah, the one specific that is just for students is this Facebook group. And this is also a link you'll get whenever you get the recording. So we put this information in with the class recording, but this Facebook group is a private group just for students to ask questions. Greg goes on and will answer, but also students have the opportunity to answer those questions as well.
Yeah.
And then Astara Greg does a Sunday session. So if this was a 2-day class, we would take a break and do the Sunday session. Because it's a 1-day class, I did put the Astara Sunday session link in today's link, actually. So if you want to join us tomorrow, it's a great way to just kind of start your week off. But Greg also does those Wednesday sessions for that. And then Greg is also offering one-on-one sessions where you can get a healing, or you can get like an oil consultation or something like that.
Our Sunday session isn't tomorrow during the Super Bowl, right? The Super
No,
Bowl's
Super
later.
Bowl's later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
So it
Okay.
won't interrupt that. And you can text this number. I'm going to make it a little more internationally available as well. But if you are international, a lot of times you don't have the availability to text a US number. And in that case, email us at info@plantpiranhaoils.com, and I will get that in here as well. Now, just really quick, our previous classes, because this is Lymphatic 9, some of you have not had the opportunity or didn't know about our earlier lymphatic classes. So if you go over classes, it has the drop down for previous classes. And we actually have a whole category specific just for lymphatic technique. So if you missed any, or if you want to go back and get
What
them
if
more
we
easily.
did like a little bundle where we bundled all the
Oh,
classes
that'd be a
together?
great idea. I could do that.
Bundle the booklets. And
Yeah, that'd be fun. If we ever finish the lymphatic.
Right.
It's a 400-page book now. But these are all those lymphatic classes that have happened before. And we have all the different categories for previous classes. And then the other thing we'll show you here is our blog. And something great with the blog is, you know, this is the skin lymphatic, but if you want other things, maybe things Greg's has talked about, say for the skin, you can type in skin right in the little search box, and it'll search all the different blog posts that have addressed skin related things. See, parsley is right there at the top, Eucalyptus citrodora. You can just kind of look and see a lot of different oils that can also help with whatever you're looking for. So I think that's my big thing. On the shop page, a lot of you guys know, but we have updated how you can find things here too. So I'll just show you that really quick. And it's really a categorizing kind of nice change. So over here in the category, you can actually pick your category right off the bat. So if you liked some of the oils you were working today and you wanted to try it in a tonic, actually, I think it's body tonic, not just tonic. Yeah. Tonics are the Apothecary Geek products. If you want a body tonic of anything, you can see, oh yeah, I used basil today, or cedar or something, and we have a lot of body tonic, so it's easy application. So
And if they want to search for oils that they've had in different past kits.
okay, yes,
Like,
so for
then-
that
because
one,
like a lot of times, like I've had so many classes, I don't know where oils are at, but I probably have something. There's a way for you to search the website and then you can go just directly to the kit.
yeah, so again, it's going back to the previous classes, and over here on the right-hand side, there's a search button. So let's say assemblage point oil. And I typed it in. I don't know if you guys can see that. And then just press enter. Whatever oil you're wondering, oh, was that in a class? And you can see the different classes that it's been in. Body mapping, which is an upcoming class, mental energy. So it's been in a handful of different classes, and you can find your oil that way as well.
There's going to be a whole nother layer of you being able to access information. I need to spend a little bit more time writing before I give it to Robert and Samantha. And we'll post it on the site, but we're trying to make like the site and information interactive, like basically almost like a book or something where you can just access, like in digital books, you can go up and search and find whatever you're looking for. We're trying to make the website evolve into that for processes, conditions, like if you're going, I want to do some things with immunity, I'm traveling, like to be able to have a whole little section that pops up where you can go through, and also referencing like different classes that you can access some of those things from the past. And so we're just trying to make it as easy for you to utilize things as possible. So I'd say over the next 60 days, there'll be another bump and upgrade in some of the things we're doing.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
Okay, I think
So-
that was the biggest part.
Okay, so we are on the top of page 8 and we're doing the segment 5. So you're looking for hyssop, rosemary, or sage. So this segment is about, we talked about regeneration, we talked about, fortifying, we talked about reducing inflammation, balancing. This is about stimulating proper skin function. And so they could call these like skin stimulants. So with this, we're going to focus on the feet, but if you want to focus also on one of your areas, like say you have an arthritic knee or a bad ankle, a bad hip, bad back, shoulder, whatever it is, put about 6 drops of either hyssop, rosemary, or sage. And then this time you're going to use like some sort of massage oil or lotion. And the difference is the massage oil or lotion makes things linger in the area for a longer period of time. A body tonic makes things penetrate and goes deeper into the layers of the skin at a much quicker rate, where you could say putting things on with massage oil or lotion is like a time released capsule that you're putting on an area. It'll stay in that area for a longer period of time. So if you're trying to direct a much more focused therapeutic effect, you want to put it in a base oil or lotion. So really hit all the pieces. I would say spend time really working the heel. Like if you get some of this oil on, like really work in and around the heel. Your big toe hurts. Yeah, like if you have a little spot, like Samantha's digging on her big toe right now. You have a spot, spend a little extra time on that, but really make sure there's a liberal amount of oil on all the different areas of your feet. And then same with if you're wanting to hit the compromised area in your body. Mhm. Yeah, it's amazing. Yes, I don't know if you heard what Samantha said. She goes, it's already relaxing me. Yeah, this feels really good. The thing that's nice about I mean, they're all good, but the interesting thing about the rosemary is rosemary on the feet. Rosemary is a cephalic, so it drives blood up to the head, right? So just by applying it anywhere on the body, it moves blood upwards. And so putting this on the feet can feel good. Sage doesn't necessarily do that, but sage calms down the nerves and has a re-educating effect on the nerves. The hyssop can reduce inflammation, and you know how sometimes as we get older, sometimes some of the connective tissue breaks down, and you might have gone barefooted your whole life, but then as you get a little bit older, you start to go barefooted, and if the ground's not completely flat or something, it makes your bottoms of your feet are more sensitive. The hyssop is actually good for that. Any sort of time where you feel like it feels sometimes like your bottoms of your feet are bruised, right? But they're not. But it's just because the connective tissue has broken down a little bit on the bottom of your feet. And so I actually had when I was young, one of my early injuries left my legs like really inflamed. And so my cousin, like when I'd go over to my cousin's house, they had their flooring was like little small rocks, like there were tiles. And for the life of me, I could not walk barefooted on that. Like it just felt like I was walking on nails. When the inflammation went away, it didn't bother me anymore. But um, as I got older, whenever I would have that inflammation come back and my bottom of my feet would get sensitive, if I put hyssop on it, it would go away, like completely go away. So
Could call it a day, just.
yeah, I know. Huh? So you've hit all your spots. So whatever oil you're using, we're just again gonna go through and do a thing on the aura just to set the energetic mold or blueprint for more stimulated skin function, right? And so begin inhaling whatever oil you're using, the hyssop, the rosemary, or the sage. Your awareness is on the left side of your body again. Move to the front side of your body. Your awareness is on the front side of your body. Hmm. Okay, if I share that, Samantha goes, I feel so good. Yeah, it does. It feels, treating the skin feels nice. Yeah. Your awareness is on your front side of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The right side of your body. And then the back side of your body. And then just pause and be still. Just be still. And then again, left side of your body, long, slow, deep breaths. The front side of your body. The right side of the body. And then the back side of your body. And then just be still for a moment. Good. Yeah. Let's just do a little tiny extra. Put another 6 drops or so with some massage oil in your hand, and then back on your feet again, another layer. Take it deeper. Cover both your feet. Yeah. A little wet, a little blue. Yeah. It feels super good, yeah. Treating the feet is amazing. Yeah. Just like it said. How do those feet feel, by the way? And let's just do another little quick circle around. So left side of the body, head to toe. And the front of the body. Awareness is on the front of the body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. On the right side of the body. And the backside of the body. Awareness is on the backside of the body. And then just let it all go. And notice how you feel. How do you feel? So you look at page 9 there, like I just added some stuff from some old notes, skin conditions, where if you do this practice of what we did today, even if you just do one of the segments, it makes treating these skin conditions easier and easier to treat. And a lot of times what you do all day to day will actually even prevent some of these things. Like if you look at acne, for example, sometimes it's hormonal, but sometimes it is like emergency expelling of things either out of the lungs or out of the organs of blood purification or just out of the system that like come and hit the surface and come out. So one of the things that you use to treat acne long term is you use blood purifiers, and the blood purifier cleans the blood up that's trying to get out through the skin, right? So if you go through and you treat the skin consistently, the organs are functioning better at purifying the blood, and the need for treating acne long period of time is diminished. But it's a little bit more complicated than just, oh, I have acne, what can I put on it to make the acne go away? You can do that here, but if you do these processes that we did today, you'll notice that the skin reacts quicker to the treatment, and you don't sometimes even need to do it as much or even at all. So I just thought I'd include that in the notes today. And, we'll always grow. It's not that I had everything there, but that was a lot of conditions that are skin related. We'll be adding to this and
For example, like acne doesn't have any application, they're telling me. And then some of the applications are missing in the last section.
yeah, I'll go through and clean that up then. Yeah. Acne a lot of times is either neat or an alignment. Neat or an alignment. But yeah. But I'll go through and clean that up. Anybody have shares or want to ask questions?
Greg, this is Denise again.
Hey,
Hey, it was wonderful. I just had a slight twinge on both of my ankles, and I didn't even realize it. It just lasted a moment. Just keep working it, maybe, because it
yeah,
just lasted so
I
fast. You know,
mean, yeah, I would keep working it because a lot of times, like things in the feet are either there's an accumulation of fluid, the feet are a little swollen, the connective tissue. Like as you get older, you'll notice that your feet get a little bit bigger. It's really what's happening is the arch is falling a little bit because the connective tissue is not as stable as it used to be. And so it breaks down a little bit. And it's carrying the weight of your whole body. And so it becomes easier and easier to have issue. But like a lot of times, anything that you have going on in the feet, I'd go all the way up to the knee, because sometimes the issue is actually the muscles along the shin or in the calf, or you just kind of establish better fluid movement through that lower part of the limb. And so that you have a little twinge out there could even be like a nerve's a little bit compressed or something. And so again, just treat from the knee down.
the knee down. Okay.
Yeah.
I have, I think it's called Arthracare
Yeah,
that I got
sure,
in one.
sure.
What is that good for? Would that be good to
So
work on the knee?
it's for joints. It's for reducing deposits in joints or in connective tissue. And so yeah, you totally could use that on the feet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
This is a wonderful class. I'm really
Good.
glad.
Yeah, it's a nice, mellow, kind of chill class,
And I've certainly had my share of dermatology
Yeah.
visits this year. Okay, so thank you very much. All right.
You and me both.
Ever since I put the oil on my feet this morning, my feet have been ice cold. Can't seem to warm them up, even with socks. Why? I used German chamomile and yarrow together.
I'm not sure. So you put a body tonic on the feet, and it's colder than like say your lower leg or your hips or something like that. It's just it feels colder. I mean, they're anti-inflammatory, but that would reduce heat, but it wouldn't necessarily make them cold.
Just my feet got cold.
Yeah, that's odd. I'm not sure. Like, do you have that issue at all, or is that just with the application of the oil that happened? Like, is that something that kind of comes and goes? And also, do your hands get cold?
No.
No. Not sure what's happening there. Yeah. And so after the application of these last oils, did that change that at all, or is it still just the same?
The same.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you there. I mean, you could put things on there that would warm it up, but I wouldn't think that yarrow or chamomile would decrease anything. You're reducing inflammation, you're doing a little bit of cleanup, but yeah, I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. Hopefully that should just pass, but I don't know why you're having that reaction. Yeah.
If you feel like it becomes an issue at all,
Yeah,
just
let us
email
know.
us at info@plantpranaoils.com.
Yeah.
I have some Lovage ES cream. I must have it from something previous. How is it best used?
You apply it topically to an area that you want to clean up the tissue. So any sort of deposit or lymphatic stagnation on a particular area. The Epsom salt cream, that's what the ES stands for, is Epsom salt. helps to reduce some of the spasms in the area, and then the lovage flushes it out. So,
And go ahead, Sonia.
hey, Sonia.
On 23, it says ticks. Is that a tick bite or getting a tick off you, or what?
What is it?
Ticks, number 23.
Oh, at the booklet. Yeah. What are we talking about?
Is it a tick bite or getting a tick?
It's both. It's actually both. If you have a tick, like, and you see that the tick is there, put peppermint on it. The peppermint will make the tick like back out on its own, and it will kill the tick, but it will back out without you having to pull it out. And then afterwards, if there's a tick bite, either marjoram or peppermint, like on the bite itself.
Okay.
Yeah. I've in a pinch, I've also used rosemary for that, but I find peppermint works so much better than the rosemary.
Okay, and on 22, for the skin purifying, there's not an application.
Yeah, I'll go through and I'll clear all that up. I'll
Okay.
write all the applications out. So yeah, sorry about that.
But great class today, guys. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, you guys, happy Super Bowl tomorrow if you're watching it, and if not, happy day off tomorrow. And it kind of feels like a little bit like a holiday weekend. And
Or if you don't want to take a day off, go ahead, go to any of the previous classes.
so yeah, and we're going to do a little extended version of the Sunday service. So if you want to jump in and have, a little meditation / healing, we'll be doing something a little bit special for tomorrow. So anyway, thanks for joining us on today. It was a fun, nice, mellow class today. I mean, they're all mellow, but this one seemed a little bit like a spa day. So okay, you guys, thanks for joining us. And remember, Tuesday night study group, Wednesday night study group for this particular class. And Wednesday night, I'll try to have all the conditions with applications done by then. So I just need to spend time going through it. And yeah, anyway,